100 unsexy business ideas. Name as many as you can. Something that cannot be stressed enough on the is that people would be better off pursuing businesses in unsexy industries. Industries that few people are talking about because they are boring, unpopular, or possibly even unlikely to be discussed among the general public, and etc. This is a good thing. Nobody wants to run a fish cannery in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness. Most aspiring entrepreneurs don't dream about collecting debt from strangers over the phone. And they definitely don't want to become chimney cleaners. Again, this is actually a very good thing. For the chimney cleaner, the cannery owner, and the debt collector who ignored every other entrepreneur's advice and did the exact opposite of Amazon FBA, dropshipping, and Upwork freelancing. Not everything has to be an online business, you guys. Why spend thousands of dollars marketing your oversaturated supplement in an extremely difficult market where every other personal trainer is selling the same thing that nobody will remember in 10 years? Especially if you can just open up a slaughterhouse and master the process and have customers come to you after barely even marketing your business in the last 5 years. It may be gross and disgusting to witness animals being butchered up into pieces. But it's not your fault that the majority of people like eating animals. It's also not difficult to persuade someone to buy something if he already knows he needs it. This is why we need to talk about unsexy businesses more often. By creating this thread, what I am doing is building an echo chamber where we can brainstorm and discuss as many unsexy business ideas as we can possibly think of. In fact, I'll even give you a list of 100 random unsexy business ideas that may or may not interest you. 1. Bamboo nursery. 2. Mushroom cultivation. This is my current niche. In January I started a small farm in my basement. There is little competition but a very high barrier of entry. 3. Garlic farming. 4. Beekeeping. 5. Spice production. 6. Deep sea crab fishing. 7. Worm farming. 8. Lavender farming. 9. Tree seed supply. 10. Seafood cannery. 11. Wool production. 12. Fish farming. 13. Cricket farming. 14. Nut processing. 15. Exotic animal breeding or trading. 16. Pineapple plantation. 17. Truffle tree planting. 18. Agricultural vehicles such as tractors. 19. Rubber plantation. 20. Pig farming. 21. Carrot cultivation. 22. Cattle ranch. 23. Slaughterhouse. 24. Palm oil plantation. 25. Sugarcane plantation. 26. Dairy farm. 27. Onion farming. 28. Florist business. 29. Livestock feed production. 30. Flour milling. 31. Construction business. 32. Plumbing business. 33. Electrician business. 34. Vac business. 35. Waste management. 36. Garbage collection. 37. Manure or fertilizer manufacturing plant. 38. Auto glass repair shop. 39. Auto body repair shop. 40. Laundry detergent or cleaning chemical manufacturing. 41. Medical equipment, wheelchairs, hospital beds. 42. Recycling industry. 43. Scrapyard. 44. Pest control. 45. Painting company. 46. Landscaping. 47. Chimney cleaning. 48. Carpet cleaning. 49. Crime scene cleanup. 50. Graffiti removal. 51. Mining industry. 52. Any other type of natural resource extraction. 53. Lawn care. 54. The RV industry. 55. Machine shop. 56. Aluminium door window fabrication. 57. Candle making. 58. Ginger oil manufacturing. 59. Iodized salt manufacturing. 60. Noodles manufacturing. 61. Rubber band manufacturing 62. Bread making 63. Disposable paper plates or plastic cups manufacturing 64. Baking powder manufacturing 65. Woodworking 66. Granite countertop installation business 67. Cabinet manufacturing 68. Debt collection 69. Vending machines 70. Blood or sperm or hair or sperm other legal body part donation center 71. Self-storage units 72. Hair wig making 73. Head lice removal 74. The funeral industry 75. Acne reduction creams 76. Security guard service 77. English teaching abroad agency 78. Driver's ed school 79. Pawn shop. Maybe payday lending? 80. Pet food, not necessarily for dogs but also other pets such as parrots, turtles, and hamsters. 81. Foreskin restoration devices, I dare you to Google this. 82. Porta potty rental 83. Sex doll brothel, I threw up in my mouth a little bit but there are a lot of lonely guys out there. 84. Airplane repossession 85. Accounting firm 86. Insurance agency 87. Power washing 88. Caring for the elderly, people are getting older. 89. Wholesale distributor 90. Medical transcription services 91. Biotechnology lab 92. Personal assistant 93. Other types of cleaning business or janitorial services 94. Concrete pouring 95. Bricklaying 96. Franchising 97. Healthcare industry 98. Anything I didn't already mention that was on Mike Rowe's Dirty Jobs 99. If you are in a business with high barrier of entry you could offer consultation for a big price. 100. Selling shovels, accessories, equipment, add-ons, extensions, necessary components to any industry that's ever existed including the ones I just listed. That's just how I've been thinking lately, Johnny. I've looked into hemp farming too but my property was too close to a school for NZ regulations. You've put out some great food for thought. How about selling to China instead? The highest valued spices are jasmine and vanilla and there's a good reason for that. Google it and see the high entry. Oven cleaning business. Have recently hired a oven cleaning service myself. It's a dirty job no one wants to do, very unglamorous, low skilled, quick and simple, so easy to train unskilled workers. Every house has one, needs doing regularly, so good repeat business. Quite a lot of existing competition or franchises, but like I said, every house has an oven and people can't be bothered. Also to add, commercial kitchen cleaning business. A friend works for such a business and apparently there is big demand for industrial deep cleaning of commercial kitchens on a one-off and recurring basis. I've been contemplating ideas for the elderly care space for a while now, and every idea I come up with ends with the same conclusion: where the hell does the money come from? For example, dementia and Alzheimer caregivers give over $470 billion a year in unpaid aid to loved ones who remain at home due to the outrageous costs of nursing homes and care centers. If you really would like to change the world, this is one way to do it. I was thinking of a way that Medicaid or care could be subsidized and used to pay your friends and family for taking care of you, or a home care app that allows you to find trained freelance caregivers, but that comes with many problems, of course, especially vetting. If anyone would has any ideas, HMU, or take this idea, but you better use it and change the world, because a lot of people need help, and with humans living longer, Alzheimer's care is really going to begin taking an unprecedented toll on productivity and call in about 30 years. Good thread idea. But of course, the most important factor isn't sexiness, it's will it pay. Two that jump out are clinical waste disposal and hazmat diving. Anyone involved in that stuff is getting solidly paid, because 1, it's unbelievably disgusting, and 2, it has high barriers to entry. High barrier to entry plus no one entry plus people need it done, whatever the cost equals dollar. Doesn't matter if it's sexy or not. Most of them are like a regular job, exchanging your time for money. I actually sold some sheep to a person a couple hours away who slaughters sheep or goats or chickens mostly for immigrants in the Midwestern US. This is something I have contemplated doing with lambs for the past several years, as I have the facilities to do it and live near a fairly large city with sizable ethnic populations. No sir. I know people that have started businesses on that list that are now rich and never work in the business. It wasn't seafood cannery, but it was seafood sales. They sell and deliver seafood all over the Midwest. Now he visits the shop, but he has a few cafes around town he likes to play in. They are swingers, so they travel all over swinging. I know a couple of guys that own scrap yards that are huge. Both guys go to the yards sometimes, but they are mostly working on their race cars every day. Although, there is a guy in Dallas that owns a scrap yard that works just as hard as any of his employees every single day. Ray owns a vending business, goes in every morning to read the newspaper, then heads over to the other side of the building to work on his race car. Then heads to the smoke pit to eat lunch and then home to take a nap. While there are a lot of small plumbing and carpet cleaning businesses, I know a guy in each that never does any of the work. One of the guys, Howard, owns a window cleaning business too. They say there is a lot of money in the window cleaning business. Back when I first started, Howard told me he could make me a millionaire if I started a window cleaning business. Not sure why I never did. I'm sure if I really thought about it I could find more. I stayed active in my cleaning business only because I loved it, but there was one year I showed up one day. Granted, I did go racing 5 days a week back then, so when I did show up it wasn't like I stayed the whole day. I went from working 24/7 to basically answering my phone 24/7, even at the racetrack. For that business I'd still be answering the phone if I owned it. That was a part I really liked in that business. In my little home business now, I don't answer the phone. I get hundreds of texts a week, so texts is the only way to keep track of them all. We now have a Google number so I can look at the texts, but my sales lady mostly keeps track. Lots of the people that start these businesses could quit working in the business, but like me, they like to work in the business. There is a guy named Jonathan Potocznik that started a mowing-only business here in the Dallas area. Struck it rich. Now he sells software for the mowing industry and is still actively involved in the software business, but he doesn't have to be. I don't know if he is still active in his mowing business or not. I haven't talked to him in 5 to 7 years. Last I heard he had bought a condo in downtown Dallas. Some of us just like to work. The difference is that if I wake up and choose to do nothing, I can. Everything is a regular job in the beginning, regardless of what it is. You have to put the work in it, and once it's grown into a decent-sized company that's stable and profitable, you hire people to run it for you, and then you can do whatever the hell you want. You only have to check in on it periodically to make sure your managers are doing their jobs properly and everything is flowing smoothly. I have one of those unsexy businesses, and the first 2 years in business I worked 12-hour days consistently. Now some weeks I work 80 hours, but most weeks I work less than 10 hours, just depends on what I'm doing. The important part is that regardless of what I'm doing, the money still comes in. I needed new leads and had troubles finding new boring industries to look into. Your list came at the exact right moment, man. You've been repped. Absolutely. That's why I put a disclaimer at the end. The good news is that many of these ideas do fit that equation you just created. But only as long as someone is willing to put in the time to expand it. The thing about calling something a regular job is that this is exactly what can make it profitable, because if a job is normal then people probably need it. And yeah, in the beginning you might have to trade time for money. That doesn't mean you can't keep expanding. You can automate the entire process by hiring employees, training them properly and then just managing them. Or even better. You can hire a manager and then go hang out on the golf course. True, there are tons of people that got successful doing what's sexy. There are a lot of successful musicians, fashion designers, restaurant owners, entertainers, pornographers, digital nomads lounging on a beach in Thailand, Amazon arbitrage gurus and personal trainers. I'd rather just do something boring nobody wants to do and or has a high barrier of entry that isn't oversaturated with annoying everyone should buy my course gurus and is still in high demand. One of my mentors similarly talked about how he spent 2 years straight working 12-hour days selling mushrooms commercially, barely breaking even before he could afford to hire a single employee. It's going to suck, but the reward, as people like you have described it, is worth everything to me. Great post. These ideas used to be inside the box thinking. Now Amazon being the box, ideas like this are low-hanging fruit with major multi-million-dollar opportunity. I'm a big fan of micro, by the way. Now I'm not suggesting you pick from this list. The ultimate would be something totally off of everyone's radar. 3 of my 4 businesses have almost no web presence at all. Wrap your head around that one. The difference is, I find my business is incredibly sexy. All the sexy revenue in the world and $2.50 in profit will buy you a cup of coffee. Hydroponic saffron farming owner, halfway house for addicts. You'd be amazed at how lucrative this is. Private label an overpriced vacuum and start your own door-to-door Kirby vacuum knockoff sales company. I managed one for a while. My main passive income stream is sure not sexy. I own a mobile home park where I rent my mobile homes to low to moderate income tenants. I own the private community of affordable housing in my town, along with the only self-service laundromat. No, affordable housing and dirty clothes are not glamorous. But my rentals are a dependable cash cow that comes with all the tax benefits of passive income. No, we don't live the beautiful people's life. We actually chose to work, hands-on, dirty work. But we're very comfortable in our life, and basically recession-proof. Everyone has to have a place to live, and my laundromat customers have to wash their clothes someday. I have a friend that owns a self-serve car wash, laundromat, and liquor store. They all make decent money. The car wash is the easiest, the laundromat is vandalized on a regular basis and is a Peter, and the liquor store makes the most money. I have another friend that was in the property management business and was making huge money, but he sold it because it was constant babysitting. Not his style. I kicked his butt for not contacting me when he sold it. My post earlier should have been saffron, not jasmine. My apologies. Imagine the harvesting of thousands of crocuses to eke out a tiny amount of saffron, labor-intensive work indeed. I can also suggest looking at government as a customer. The government is literally swallowing up 40% of our GDP annually. Where does all that money go? Some obviously to wages of government workers, but the rest and then some to businesses and contractors that serve the government. As you drive around, as you go through life today, I encourage you guys to look at everything you see in common public areas that the government, local, state or federal, probably pays for. Roads, grass, lawn services, street lights, government buildings, sewers, water, signs, cop car equipment. Police body cam. Saw one yesterday when he wrote me a speeding ticket. Fire station equipment. That was just me spitballing. You hopefully get the picture. The government is literally the world's biggest customer, and while everyone from here to China has been fighting over the eyeballs of Amazon customers, very few fight for the business of the government. Think it sounds harder? My question is, harder than what? Effectively adjusting strategy every 6 weeks to stay relevant to search, kissing customers' asses on social media and managing inevitable bad reviews that can put you out of business isn't easy. Quite frankly, if you're looking for easy, keep your day job. I thought about this thread when I was ankle deep in the mud feeding my sheep this morning in the dark. When my wife complains of the smell on nasty days, I always tell her that's the smell of money. The icky factor is what allows higher returns on mobile home parks than regular multi-units. Hats off to you. As young people struggle to find decent jobs, the demographics of my generation seem to favor a more socialist Bernie Sanders-style system which will probably turn the country into, and so this one will definitely make a ton of sense as the government expands. It's already way too large. Maybe producing something military-related could also be interesting? You're definitely onto something. Edit, something that just came to mind. Weren't a lot of today's Russian oligarchs formerly active members of the Communist Party? $160 billion worth of value right here. Literally created out of government contracts and not much else. That is 160,000 millions. My son is finishing up high school next month, having spent the last 2 years in a vocational program to be a diesel mechanic. He will have no shortage of job options right out of the gate, with no debt and a solid skill set I hope he leverages into fast lane opportunities. He has been a mediocre to terrible traditional high school student depending on the day, but has excelled at being a mechanic. Not a lot of people out there who don't mind getting dirty. According to getting government contracts is next to impossible. Big players with money can price you out by taking a loss. Also nepotism, worth a shot though. Hell, sales is a people business. Maybe you can get in on the nepotism with a little fast time. Military related, you're up against big fish with deep pockets. Military is too sexy in that vein. What about, who rents porta potties to FEMA? Where do they get the hygiene goods that go in the MREs? They have enlisted personnel as medical on bases, but who supplies the tongue depressors and the paper to cover examination tables? Or to avoid the nepotism and big deep pocket government contract whales, who's the decision maker on your local government? That might be worth looking into. When a stop sign gets knocked over, where's a new one come from? Who supplies the asphalt to fill local potholes? As an aside, I was thinking about the nepotism recently with that situation in Puerto Rico. This deal back of the napkin, $156 million for 30 million meals. I went to the site for that meal in a bottle Soylent, buying 144 bottles, 2.83 a bottle, even assuming no discount for bulk. That's $83 million for the 30 million meals, and Soylent has a number of competitors to fill in production gaps, including Nestle. Price to have them packed into crates with parachutes attached and airdropped by a fleet of rented C-130s. Well, no idea, but I think less than the remaining 73 million. That all took me 3 minutes to Google. They should have awarded me the contract. I know a guy that makes a ton of money. He owns 10 trucks, tools, and employs 10 vac guys. He also owns a Ferrari, a $1 million home, plays golf at the nicest club in the area, and it definitely isn't a stretch. My biggest regret of high school was that I never took the VAC program at the Career Center. It's unfortunate that people would rather major in underwater basket weaving and then join Antifa, but it is what it is. Micro was in an amazing video based on this topic. My son and I were having a conversation a couple months ago, and I asked him how he liked his class and working on diesel engines. He said he didn't really like it and would rather be working on his car or other hot rods, but that's where the money was. No idea where the kid got that mindset from, lol. I love this. This is just what I needed. Like everyone else, I've been chasing the next big tech or online trend and trying to capitalize while the iron is hot. See my thread. I also have a year-long Amazon FBA that can almost be deemed a failure. I've been all over the place with ideas. But now I think I need to chase the best opportunity instead of the next big thing. I live in a resort or beach area that has to have plenty of unsexy opportunities. Grocery delivery, luggage service, I really like this one. Italian ice or ice cream cart can cater to the health-conscious crowd. Boat or yacht cleaning, and RV cleaning are just a few things I can think of right now. Thanks for posting. Rep Plus. Awesome thread. Posting here now to remind myself to throw up some ideas later. If my tenants could do better, if they could see themselves doing better, they wouldn't be my tenants. Man, threads like these pump me up for some reason. Anyways, an idea that I'm actually starting with a partner, mobile oil change. Super convenient for the customer. I used to work at a construction place and we had to manually drop off each truck at the mechanics for an oil change. We're not talking about one truck, but hundreds of trucks. Talk about time lost for the employer, especially in an industry like construction where finishing contracts on time is so important. So you can target it as both a B2C and B2B. Keep on posting, guys. Invent something. Just saw a video of this. Pretty brilliant. This is a tool that removes ticks from pets or people. It's made from plastic and the idea is similar to a nail remover on a hammer. Been there, done that. It's better to take the day off. You're absolutely right, on your first point. I used to get bids to supply things to the government. Total waste of time. Lost every one of them to either a black guy that got 10 points preference, so he could bid below my cost, but still make money because of the preference points boosted the price bid to something higher than was actually bid due to the preference points being added. If you're black, female, and a vet, this can be your ticket. Or, lost it to a bid that was so tightly written that only one product could fit the requirements, the one they wanted, of course. So much of this was illegal, but go ahead and file a complaint. Then you get to deal with a government slacker that is paid to waste more of your time. Rigged all the way, no matter how you cut it. And then, there's slow pay. Who needs losers like this for customers? Yeah, if you're selling $100 million jets, or $125 hammers, okay. As for selling commodity items, if you can sell lower than Amazon, you might have a shot at it. But only if a black female vet doesn't bid against you, that is. The only time I've ever heard someone making money selling to the government was a guy that sold them paint. He bought cheap paint and diluted it 50%. Ha, got to admire his thinking. The reason I know about this is he got caught and was sued. Lost, and even went to prison for it. Well, it looked good on paper anyway. If you can do it, owning a car repair shop can be a license to steal. Looks like I found my fast lane. You telling me all I had to do was be black? PSSSHHHHH man MJ, hide you hide this? Sorry you all, catch you in my mansion after I acquire all the government contract or sarcasm. Forgot one. Disabled. Find a black woman, vet, in a wheelchair, and you got it made. But then you have to carry their ass until they feel like getting around to paying you. I know 5 people that own multi-million-dollar companies and their only customer is the government. One guy sells a very niche roof for government buildings across the country: federal, state, county, and city. He builds a team and sends them to whatever location to install the roof. Only a few companies in the country do what he does. His business is worth 8 figures. One guy mows the median grass on the interstate during the summer. In the winter he plows snow. One woman purchases and installs highway signs. One guy veteran does a special thing for sidewalks. One guy builds roads. None of these people started with big money or had heavy contacts in the government. Half of them didn't even go to college. One guy didn't even finish high school. Point being, you can make it work. All of them were breaking even for the first 2 to 3 years of business and doing small jobs. Generally have to work your way up to the big jobs. Since when do we even consider throwing out an entire segment of the economy just because of one guy opining about its arduousness? That says barrier to entry and screams opportunity to me. Also, I believe folks that do something for the sake of easier are only betraying their future selves. Going head to head with the big boys over a missile contract. Yeah, that's going to be pretty tough, but not impossible. Selling all the stop signs to a major city? I'd say it's every bit as easy long term as these Amazon business will one day prove to be. I bought 50 grand in inventory on credit cards and my listings aren't converting, posts are coming. Mark my words. Yep. Rep plus. Amen. If you have lived in Florida, then you know about Bob. This guy has a barricade company. An 8-figure company. Selling barricade services. He is only in one state. Imagine if he was in all 50. It'd probably be a billion-dollar company. Oh yeah. The owner's name isn't even Bob. You mean it's not an internet company in Silicon Valley and it's worth 8 figures? Nonsense. I've been wanting to make an app for an overlooked niche for the longest time. Something like an info app. It's so easy to make. 1. Get good info. 2. Get some graphics. 3. Whip up nice looking info app. 4. Put in ad mob ads. 5. Profit. Sadly have not found an expert in their field who has a good idea for an info app for their industry. One friend is in IT but he says there's already lots of apps for that out there. I know years back, medical info apps made money, but all that's saturated now. There's got to be something. My friend and his dad own a local metal recycling plant. They mainly recycle aluminium and steel cans, Coke, Pepsi, etc. Their largest client is the City of Toronto Waste Services. Another buyer is Pepsi Company. They buy the recycled aluminium sheets to remake more cans. They started with 2 people and less than $7,000, I kid you not. My buddy is a computer guy that makes things such as antennas for phones and all kinds of things like that. I met this other guy who is a vet and was looking to start a business, so we all 3 got together and formed a company. First of all, I get 3% of everything for being the guy that brought those 2 together. The vet gets contracts through the government. Mike designs whatever the contracts call for. This is a great income for me because I have no clue what is happening, so it keeps me totally out of the loop. Every now and then I think they think I need to be in on a conference call. But really, I don't. I don't care, just give me my money and I'm good. So this has worked out well for me so far. All do not require anyone to be present. None of these ideas are original whatsoever. But most can be started. Many existing companies in these fields are dinosaurs and have absolutely crap service, but no one is competing with them. Lots of room for disruption. Can I get an amen to that? Amen. This thread has to be made notable at least, so much value here. I love stories like this. He's lucky to have an understanding dad. Had he been born under a more stone-headed man, he might have been forced to perform better at school, set aside his hobby, had his ego crushed and his life destroyed, while his father spent the rest of his life blaming it all on him not getting stuck in at school. If only more parents and teachers were children, rather than just try to them into the arbitrary shape they've decided on at whim. Or been told is the best shape, handed down to them, like a hazing ritual. Less lives would be destroyed or pissed to the wind. Do it. Pet boarding or doggy daycare. I don't know where you live, but if your actual location is Colorado, then that makes your post even less believable. Colorado demographics, the entire black population there is 4%. Well below the national average. Except every black person in Colorado is a government contractor, I don't see how blacks can be statistically responsible for your problems in this field. Even if blacks are offered a perk, the numerical significance still won't be enough of a roadblock for others. It's easier to deflect blame and failures onto external elements than to introspectively analyze them. I scored an A on the test versus the professor gave me an F syndrome. I have a theory, the coming generation has a complete lack of practical life skills plus a growing impatience due to instant gratification, especially those growing up in big cities. I know this because this is me. Anything that fits into these 2 areas, or even both, is worth taking a look at. Any and all apartment repairs or remodeling or painting or cleaning, small auto work or cleaning or etc. equipment rentals, camping, snowboarding, etc. And a whole bunch more. I build houses. Agreed. But any racial preference is still racist bullshit. This contract talk misses the point entirely. If you are bidding on RFPs, you have already lost. Find an unmet need. Donate some of your time to sit down and benevolently talk through the issues at hand and penetrate the bureaucracy. Talk about nepotism. You're the recipient at that point. Of my business, I sell products to government with a org email address, and I make the entire business sound like a worthy cause. We are just the guys trying to help. Thank you for your kind words. I'm certainly not a perfect father, and my son and I still butt heads on occasion. However, I do recognize how inspiring it feels to be competent and to recognize and develop those areas. His competencies and mine are in different areas, and I had to learn that. Not true. Give them 51% of a random shell corp just for that opportunity. You can keep contractual control, which means you control distributions and the proportionality therein. Sling them a couple grand per month to have their name on the paperwork. There are ways around everything. Any racial preference might be rightfully bullshit. However, the point conveyed is that the chances of it being the reason he didn't penetrate is highly unlikely. Another expert telling me what I did. For what it's worth, this wasn't Colorado, it was Minnesota. But, I'm going to guess that the black population is even less there. Does it matter? Mr. Statistician? Just because you pull some data out of somewhere, does that dictate results? No, it doesn't. Too many college courses can fill your tiny brain with data and prevent you from thinking clearly. Or, not at all. There is no syndrome here, another too many college courses dogma affecting your thinking, I'm afraid. After every bid, I obtained the results, and analyzed why I did not get the bid, or what the profit spread was, in case I could have bid more. Life lesson there for you. You're welcome. I think I remember Micro on Dirty Jobs interviewing someone who cleaned up crime scenes. He was doing quite well. Thread marked notable. That doesn't really fit. That's a follow your passion and do what you love business, so it's going to be jammed packed with passionites. Great. Since you did due diligence and analyzed why you didn't get it, what part made you certain the blacks took it from you? Did the results indicate who got it? If you can confidently say each result showed a black person got it, not by way of presenting the best bid, but the preference points, then I'll acknowledge I was wrong. More importantly, this is a nice thread, and it would be unwise for us to derail it with nonsense. You really have a problem accepting the fact that someone might be as smart as you. Where did you get that from? Of course I inspected, and verified, every part of the bid. Do you think I'm not capable of investigating a bid? Do you think everyone is only capable of stocking shelves at Walmart, except you? You, the wizard of data mining, so whatever anyone else says, you're going to track down the truth, and let the world know the way things really happened? How do you know so much? Especially about something you don't have any details about at all? If your inflated ego allows you to come on a thread, and say what happened about an event you know nothing about, and call someone you know nothing about a liar, then, you have some pretty serious issues. But I don't have time for that. That's your circus. You deal with it. I just know I wouldn't call this a nice thread at all. Now take that pill and swallow it, and maybe take about 7 steps back the next time you feel like spouting off. You don't have to acknowledge you're wrong, because you don't matter. I'm not responding here for your benefit, I'm doing it for other readers. Get over yourself. Notice how you never stated the findings of your investigation, as it relates to your claim. Anyway, if you're of the opinion this thread isn't a nice one, then I'm not even sure what to tell you. Then again, nice is subjective, So your perspective is your prerogative. Enjoy the rest of your business pursuits and life, Agent Smith. Exactly why I said, agreed, but some of the more liberal states like Minnesota, as he said he was from. I could imagine the lure of pulling a rabbit out of a hat to hide the fact that I'm a white capitalist straight man with no disabilities and feel no guilt whatsoever. You both have a good point. The law as is racist against white men. Is it an excuse? Nah, just figure it out. There will always be something you have to figure out. I'm in business to get rich, not to fail a few times and bitch about unfairness. Well, now I actually missed this post. The guy I hooked up with my buddy Mike is a black vet, and that is how we get the contracts. Not that he is black, but being a vet. I was brought up that every person on earth should be treated equal, so him being black didn't cross my mind when I typed my original post. On another note, I also team up with this lady. She buys things with my money, all types of things, and then she sells them and we split the profit. This morning about 8:30 a.m. she bought a storage unit full of tools and toolboxes for $400. At 11 a.m. she sold it all for $850 and the buyer had to pick it up. He did at 6 p.m. tonight. I have no idea why she doesn't just save up like $1,000 and do it all herself and cut me out. We've been doing this for like 5 years now. She calls and tells me what she wants to buy and how much, and I give her the money, then she brings me back more money, usually within 48 hours. Works great for me. Lol. You have a reading comprehension issue, as I stated the results. It was not an investigation, it was collecting and analyzing bids. Not too difficult, but I see that you view everything as being difficult. You throw up some statistics and proclaim that I'm either a liar or an idiot. And you wonder why that is not viewed as nice. And you're not even sure what to tell me. Figures. I'm not surprised in the least. Subjective, perspective, and prerogative. Those are all pretty big words. You must be a college graduate. I'm betting instructor, the way you talk and the way you elevate yourself, however subtly, in how you express yourself. Get over yourself. Enjoy the rest of your business pursuits. Yep, college instructor speak if I've ever heard it. If you're not an instructor of some kind, you have taken too many classes and your brain has become indoctrinated to actually believing you are an expert. You may be, who knows? I do know, however, that you don't know anything whatsoever about what you felt the pressing need to research and detail, and then spout off about. Not one shred of humbleness in your post. You are so full of yourself. It's almost beyond comprehension to the average person. I have some exposure to your kind, so I'm not as shocked as others may be, as I have had a few instructors college and otherwise that reeked of your unfounded and unsubstantiated elitist attitude. What do you think people say behind your back? What do you think they think of you? What would you think of someone that projects themselves as some kind of authority, out of the blue, on a topic they know nothing about? Yeah, me too. There is no failure here. I stated facts, and how those facts affected the outcome of bids. I figured it out, as you say. I'm not sure what a white capitalist straight man with no disabilities is, but if I'm that, I apologize, I guess. Somehow I guess I'm to blame for a rigged system. Alrighty then. Sorry to be in business, sorry not to be black, sorry to be a racist pig, sorry I was born. Need we go further? And there's no bitching about fairness. You want to know how to play the game. Fine. So do I. I learned how, and I stated how that is done. You have trouble accepting facts at face value, don't you? Maybe, if you can explain that, it will expand your ability to understand things a whole lot more. Great post, as usual. I will mention to look at all the qualifiers in bids. If your buddy has a partial disability of some kind, that could also add to his preferences in his profile, giving him more of an advantage. The devil is in the details. In relation to your lady friend buying things, I had a friend that was given $500 spiffs for getting leads in real estate. He made huge money. I hated to pop his bubble, but the day I told him that he could have been making all the money, I could see him turn a bit pale. He was so happy getting his manila envelope with cash. He never looked beyond that. Your lady friend is happy too, with her cut. Some people are easy to please. God bless them. Hey dumb $1. I was describing myself. I am a white, capitalist, straight man with no disabilities. What you gave us all to go on was talking about how many bids you lost. I'm glad you did figure it out. Son of a bitch man, take Xanax. Sorry. I still have no idea of what the portion of your post above means. But, I do feel better now, knowing I don't have to apologize for being white, or being born, anymore. The day's looking up. Referring to a previous post in which I would give some minority individual 51% of a shell corp that encompassed the opportunity I was bidding. In order for them to get anything, I would require contractual control of 100% of the company. In which case I would issue myself back 50% of the company in phantom stock. Therefore 99% of the distributions go to me and partners that actually did something, and I pay my self-inflicted 1% tax for being a straight, white, capitalist, able-bodied pig that I am. Please see the sarcasm before you have an aneurysm. Voila, a minority-owned company that I own. Just thought of a new unsexy business, forum thread cleanup. ATV or golf cart dealership. Some idiots literally pay more money for them than some pay for their real cars. I can vouch for this. I live in a neighborhood full of those idiots. Most of them only use their golf cart to drive to the mailbox. Yes. I have several friends with souped-up golf carts out at the racetrack. Personally, if a friend tells me we can make some money and it doesn't cost me over $1,000 and I don't have to do any of the work, I'm in. Sometimes I kick myself for not going higher, but I have my $1,000 limit. Although I'm still interested in the trailer house flipping thing that was talked about on here. If a friend asked about doing that, I would go to $10,000 just because I love the idea. Same with a traveled trailer. My sister and I flipped one of those several years ago. Bought it for $800, she cleaned it real nice and shiny and then sold it for $2,500. Don't flip these, rent them. I have a friend that buys them sight unseen when they hit the market. Getting the space for them is the hard part. If they're in a park already, they rent in no time. He has a list of people wanting to rent, so no problems with vacancies. These things are cash cows. I am trying to get into that biz also, but this guy is greedy and wants it all to himself. This is his secret road to riches. He does amazingly well at it. I keep buying him beers and softening him up. Someday. So I was driving through a construction zone today and I saw a barrel barricade, and it reminded me of this thread. In my area, there's only one company providing barricading services to construction sites. I was speaking to some people and it seems like a very lucrative opportunity. Essentially how it works is the barricading company leases the barrels to the contractor at a rate per barrel per day. They drop them off, and they pick them back up when the job is done. You don't even need to manufacture the barrels in-house. Import them from China. Rent a storage place. Store them there per season. Construction is usually seasonal. Rent a few trucks for drop-off or pick-up of the barrels. Hire a few people to do the labor. After you've built a reputation, expand into road signs, flagging, traffic control, permanent signs, etc. This is something I might start very soon. Today a lot of people would like to step into Amazon, app, etc. bus scenes. But there are not many who would like to dirt their hands to make money. So I think that in unsexy bussines will be much more opportunity than in popular branch. Simple supply and demand principle. There is also another aspect. USA-China trade war. We probably will be live in economy with tariffs and protectionism. So there will be a chance for bussines in industrial sector, manufacturing. If we would like to improve our economy, we have to make reindustrialization in our country. Import and export will be still very profitable because it is sense of our economy, but maybe trade's directions will change. Sorry if I made any language mistake. I have a friend who just finished buying a plot of land and having a general contractor help him build a house. He was formerly into flipping, but he said this was the best profit he'd ever turned. His first time, after years of flipping. It has a pretty good barrier to entry because he needed about 300k to do it all, he said. The often mentioned micro and his series Dirty Jobs. Here is the full list of industries from its 8-season run. Bat biologist, bat guano collector, bat rehabilitator, baseball rubbing mud, fish gutter catfish noodler, septic tank technician, worm castings rancher, golf ball diver, horse breeder, roadkill collector, garbage collector or recycling separator or composter, vineyard, shark catcher or tagger, car recycling, sewer inspector, disaster cleanup crew member, basement sewer, demolition worker, office building interior, pig farmer in Woodward, removing chewing gum from sidewalks, pigeon droppings removal, baby chicken sexer, beer brewer, oyster harvester, exterminator, crab fisherman, blacksmith or farrier, surfboard maker, beekeeper, sludge recycler, hot tar roofer, house movers, coffee plantation, marine mammal rescuer, ostrich wrangler, zookeeper, cheese maker, volcanic ash mud bath mixer, shrimper, mud bug harvester, crawfish, tire recyclers, cob home builder, bee exterminator, biodiesel man, pet groomer, microalgae man, charcoal maker, lump charcoal factory, chimney sweeper, underwater logger, scrap metal recycler, marble miner, owl vomit collector, cattle rancher, cow breeding, turkey farmer, potato farmer, wastewater sewage plant, sugarcane mill, firefighter, Fremont, California, alligator farmer, cow feed mill, mushroom farmer, storm drain cleaner, drain cover foundry plumber, drilling mud, roughnecker, oil drilling, concrete spreader, termite exterminator, concrete truck cleaner, Lance Bertman, animal handler, food recycler or pig farmer, coke manufacturing, oyster shucker, rose parade float dismantler, lithographer, terracotta facade maker, converting trash into electricity, keeping trains on track, cracklin and bowed-in sausage maker, cleaning animal skulls with Skulls Unlimited for display in educational facilities around the world, dam demolition, pipe organ specialist, geojuck farmer, candy maker, truck tire retreading, KC-135R strato tanker, fuel tank cleaner, shark cage, tiger shark necropsy, shark tagging, shark repellent researcher, shark spotter, fish taxidermist, shark suit tester, salvage expert, coal miner, basalt quarry, hippopotamus keeper, cow hoof trimmer, mussel farmer, taro farmer, alpaca shearer, vervet monkey rehabilitator, pig shaver, bait and lobster fisherman, Lake Erie seaweed cleanup, Lake Erie water snake researcher, concrete stamping, penguin keeper, bloodworm digger, house demolition or gutting, rodent control, mosquito control and poison testing, tree trimmer and stump grinder, fainting goat farmer, exotic insect breeder, surveying salmon spawning grounds, manufacturing cow pots, a type of flower pot made from cow manure, wine barrel maker, logging with mules, Bowie Bay Sox groundskeeper, placing boat moorings, geothermal well driller, wine cave digger, baggage handler, incinerator for trash from international flights, winemaker, cattle feed farmer, hydra seeding, cleaning the inside of the boilers of the steam yacht Medea, alpaca shearer, fainting goat farmer, vervet monkey rehabilitator, cattle rancher, cow breeding, penguin keeper, ostrich farmer, food recycler, raw pig farmer, logging with mules, billboard installer, reptile handler, clay jug potter specializing in faces on the jug, tannery bridge maintenance worker, NASA crawler transporter, lubricator, fish farming hybrid, striped bass, tilapia, and carp, bird conservation Vomit Island, Ohio egg collecting, virus testing, horse manure and garbage removal or composting H5N1 avian influenza testing goose tagging yak and bison rancher monkey caretaker mud bug harvester shrimper, cattle rancher avian vomitologist, Lake Erie water snake researcher, exterminative ex-con and termite controller, artificial reef maker, goat milk soap maker, frac tank refurbisher cleaning airport runway paint stripper collecting diapers for odor analysis, spray installation of cellulose insulation cleaning barbecue smoker, large animal veterinarian, removing underground fuel oil storage tank recycling Mississippi River barge, steel mill worker cave biologist hagfish fisherman cedar shake and shingle maker, boy tender handmade brick maker, cranberry harvesting, cranberry jam, jelly, and syrup maker. Building and installing rooftop water tower, cleaning elevator shaft fishing and processing of fish aboard the FOV Legacy, a trawl fishing vessel and at sea fish processor in Alaska's Bering Sea, viewer male working on a dairy farm, milking, artificial insemination, cow midwife erosion control technician, aerial trend maintenance making a home energy efficient by improving insulation, turkey artificial insemination, car crusher cleaning up diesel spill salvaging truck from bottom of lake wind turbine generator technician, garbage removal from sinkhole, printing press operator making shampoo from mud, horse castration yak and bison rancher researching the Greenland shark potato chip maker, effluent channel building cleaner at wastewater treatment plant cutting concrete wall, sheep shearing, docking and castrating lambs leech trapping, making raw meat dog food out of green tripe turkey artificial insemination rodent control salt miner cleaning barbecue smoker wine barrel maker leather tanner alligator egg collecting pig shaver demolishing a mobile home, making mannequins cleaning diesel fuel from dirt, chicken egg farm harvesting hops, making vellum from goat skin transplanting a sagaro, maggot farmer bologna maker, incinerating toilet cleaner bird ringing common terns and Canada geese abandoned mine shaft plugger excavator at the tar pits, dead cow renderer walnut harvester, goose and duck feather plucker olive oil presser, cloth diaper cleaner suet bird food maker, spider collector venom extractor CNC plasma cutting, grit blasting, refurbishing engines breeding and training Alaskan Huskies as sled dogs recovering derelict boats, recycling mattresses high-rise window washer, brine tank cleaner shark reef at Mandalay Bay alligator snapping turtle researcher, recycling toilet sea waste recycler, tofu maker dung beetle researcher studio glass maker Fenton art glass company tagging salmon with acoustic tags shrink wrapping a boat to protect it during winter, reindeer farmer dyeing shirts with red dirt from Kauai, marble maker fireworks maker, clam harvester, worm grunter recycling used paint, maple syrup maker cricket farmer, catching feral chickens, making a fire pit, countertops, and bathtub out of decorative concrete, bone black manufacturer, charcoal maker coal miner inspecting abandoned mine shaft concrete truck cleaner cleaning a boy cleaning grinder sump pump on fish processing ship cleaning elevator shaft aerial tram maintenance welding inside a rotary kiln cleaning walnut cleaner changing main shaft packing on water turbine Sharkarosa wildlife ranch, ring-tailed lemurs, porcupines, baby dromedary camel, baby albino eastern grey kangaroos, red kangaroos, wallabies, two-toed sloths, bearcat lightning rod installer making fleece roving and yarn, pincetta mechanic, custom fitting for bowling ball, seagull abatement specialist, mobile butcher asphalt road paving, rum distiller lineman replacing power pole, treating head lice scrapple maker, Shushina jelly bean maker jelly belly, blueberry harvesting, sponge diver, cleaning fish grinder log cabin sawmill crawfish processing termite researcher breeding walleye for recreational fishing, animal acupuncture 13 excavating dinosaur fossil site managing myriophyllum spicatum, and non-indigenous invasive species, collecting seeds for the Millennium Seed Bank project at the Chicago Botanic Garden, maintenance on water softening basin, barbershop landfill, assembling cow bladders, disposing biohazardous medical waste, erecting radio communications tower, commercial processing of onions, building wooden ladders for San Francisco Fire Department, removing eastern brown snakes, capturing saltwater crocodiles to study mining opal, maintaining the local golf course. Probably over half of these jobs nobody even knew they existed. Can you imagine telling someone that you manage myriophyllum spicatum, whatever that means? It's a plant, but I don't know how anyone could have a job managing it. I'm not even sure where it's at. Yes, I wonder if any of our China importers are concerned about the ongoing dialogue. There's got to be a ton here. Do you or? I used to have my own tree service company. Some related ideas I've thought about in the past. How's this for an unsexy business used nappy or diaper recycling facility? I used to take my tree chippings there and they'd add it into the nappy waste and turn it all into compost and sell it on. As someone passionate and who is working in the fresh produce industry, this list was a big eye-opener for me. I could be looking in the wrong direction with starting my business. If you work in an industry you know well, why not start a side business that is related and on this list? Use your current position at your job as leverage to promote your side business. Johnny, would be nice if you keep us up to date with your mushroom cultivation business. Thanks for a great post. Why did you get out of the tree business? Here in the US that is a booming business with lots of profit. I know a guy that used to mow lawns but has now changed to only stump grinding and stump removal. He has one helper and says he makes about $600, $800 a day profit. I've never seen his tax forms, but that is what he says and I believe it. He is supposed to get another crew this year. Yes, I believe them numbers. I used to have days where I did similar numbers from stump grinding. Reason I quit was health problems. Although I'd grown the business, I hadn't grown it enough for me not to work in it. I still had to run around doing quotes, fill in for when staff didn't turn up, repair equipment, heavy equipment, oversee jobs, etc. Given more time maybe I could have made it work, but at the time I could barely walk and didn't think I would get better, so eventually sold everything and gave up. Awesome thread by the way. But honestly I smell slow lane in most of them. No offense. I don't get this aversion to everything that's not digital marketing or apps or websites or Amazon. Nothing's fast lane right at the start, but you can make it that way. For example, through intentional iteration. One single coffee shop won't make you rich, but 29 shops could. A normal electrician company won't be fast lane. But by either scaling or increasing magnitude, it could be. It's probably more in the mindset. If you actually know there's a way to turn your company fast lane, the probability of achieving that is way higher. You have to post more often. Rarely do I copy a post and print it out as a way to keep me focused. Yours I did. I wonder why so many college grads try so hard to get a job, and can't grasp the message that you just created. It might not seem like much, but it is actually a kernel, a truth, that everything else can be built upon. Great value in this post. This thread goes hand in hand with, in which Ice Cream Kid goes into detail about the inner workings of an unsexy business. Give this thread a read, to those of you who haven't done so yet. Thanks for the thread. I've been interested in unsexy businesses. The only issue I had with it is that I didn't know of any industries. Cool. This thread delivers. Run your industry by a do they need this more than once test, and you have an interesting go of things. Quite possibly, the only thing that could stop you is having money to work in the industry. As always, you need a customer, not a business card. However, realistically speaking, many of these industries do require some extreme legwork, specialized knowledge, and decent capital. To that a friend started, frozen drink machine rentals for events. would rent to wealthy folks' private functions, drop off, set up, pick up a few hours later. Boat upholstery. Boating is huge locally. Bought a special sewing machine for less than $5,000. Learned to use it and do upholstery from YouTube. His wife actually did the work, said it blew up. He was getting tons of business with simple local SEO. Also good for the wealthy area is mobile detailing. There is one detailed I see in my office parking lot frequently. I think it would be easy to enter this market as most have terrible marketing and brand image. Car washing is huge around here since it's a wealthy and image-conscious area. There are lots of car washes always packed with Cadillacs and Mercedes but some mediocre reviews. Could probably do well mobile detailing with good service and brand image for the picky or exotic owners. There is definitely demand. Another one is property management services, big business in my market. Another idea I had was just a value SKU, but requires partnering with another business. A twist on the mobile detailing. Offer a car wash to moviegoers while they are in the movie. Partner with a movie theater and sell a car wash ticket. I've been thinking about testing this one in my area. MJ give the example of value SKU when the local theater remodeled and got new leather chairs, and improves the experience. Now MJ can get his car washed and enjoy a movie all in one go. Now he doesn't have to swing by the car wash or schedule a mobile detailed to come to his home or office. And with that sewing machine your friend can make all kinds of money with antique cars. My friends pay big bucks to have the seats and interior sewn. I'm not so sure about that, and there's already a lot of people doing it well. I don't see the value anyone can provide, except doing this in an area where nobody is doing it. Like in the area of Monaco, there's 20 companies that do this for luxury car owners, middle-class car. At work, at the supermarket, everywhere. But there's also not a huge need as a real wash is expensive and people don't have money for this. Are you referring to whole slaughtering? You can definitely make a killing doing that. I eat whole only now and my options to buy meat directly or go to a restaurant that uses whole meat is pretty limited. What to do about the poo-poo choo-choo? Talk about Unsexy. One company I currently sell to has his product whole certified, but I haven't contemplated doing it myself. Another guy I sell to slaughters right off the farm, but is not certified although he communicates with his customers in basic Arabic and Spanish. Ha ha. This article is worse than the slow laners. This is the brain-dead laners. Some empty suit and government cut a deal with New York to ship their shipments to their nice little Mayberry RFD piece of paradise. And now it sits there and rots. Rotting biosolids. Could be the name of a new punk rock group. Catchy. And the whole town wanders around wondering what to do? Oh my, heavens to Betsy, what to do? The writer really dropped the ball on this story too. WHO made that deal, and why is it in limbo as an unsolved problem? Some landfill plan got sidetracked. Those Alabama people. Funny. I wanted to check to see whatever happened, but this story just came out yesterday. No brains at work anymore, and certainly no leadership. I wonder how long the idiots in this town will tolerate this. New York ships their biosolids out. And somebody in Alabama had a hand in setting this up and approving this, mess, and gets paid for it too. I think Japan and China are looking for material to make man-made islands out of. Problem solved. Good list. I wrote these business ideas off in my head since I wanted to be totally online when I started in business. My biggest problem is differentiating with these businesses. Is it even necessary? Things like a landscaping company. So one of the services is cutting grass. What can someone possibly do better if there is already a large company in a local area doing this? This is the second reason I avoided these types of businesses, because they are like selling commodity physical products except in the services space. Can someone enlighten me how to break through? In my mind, it is just cold calling and hustling harder than the other guy. All other variables tend to be commodity variables, like price, time, guarantees, etc., assuming the competitor has good customer service for this example. Essentially the mods here lol. Very easy answers here. Number 1. Answer the phone. Call 10 mowing businesses in your area and let us know how many answer the phone or call you back. If it's anything like Omaha or Fort Worth, that number will be 0. Number 2. Customer service. Lots of lawn care guys don't speak English very well and have 0 customer service skills. Number 3. Continually show up. You don't even have to be on time. You don't even have to show up on the correct day. Just show up. These are 3 of the same things that happen in the residential cleaning business. In cleaning there are a few more things, but you spoke about mowing, so those are what will set you apart from most guys out there. Now don't get me wrong. They have a very good reason for not answering the phone or calling you back or not giving you good customer service or showing up when they are supposed to. The reason a lot of times is because they are so busy before they know it. The time is 8 p.m. and by then, they just want to go to bed. The larger companies may have people that are designated to answer the phone or keep their guys on a schedule, and you will pay for that. Problem is, those guys might charge $40 while the smaller guy will charge $25. So if you can be a $25 guy without all the overhead and answer your phone, you will soon move up to be the $40 big company that can have someone answer your phone. But then the customers that had you mow for $25 will cancel and their woes will start all over again trying to find someone that will show up. There is an entire show on CNBC called Blue Collar Millionaires. Pretty much all the industries featured on the show are ones named throughout the thread, and industries people claim are bad, like roofing, welding, pipe fitting, plumbing, electrical, etc. Yet I am sure CNBC has no problem finding blue-collar millionaires for their show, because they are all around. You might not notice them, because they still wear jeans and a t-shirt, still drive an older pickup, no designer suits or Lambos, yet they have 7, 8, and 9-figure net worths. Sure, some of them spend some cash on toys, and those are usually the ones that make it on the show, but the ones that don't, they are the ones in your local gas station buying their coffee in the morning, in line next to you. These blue-collar guys are the ones I know, and I am sure part of it's my geographic region. I'm on the East Coast. There are not Silicon Valley billionaire founders walking around. But you know what there are? At a local diner I go to for breakfast, there is a table of generally older guys, usually around 10 of them. They wear jeans with holes in them, denim shirts, their hands are full of calluses, their shirts stitched with names of various local companies, towing, construction, etc. The difference between them and the other blue-collar guys? It's their names stitched on their shirts, the tow yard a mile down the road filled with millions worth of heavy wreckers. Yup. The owner is the one who drove up in the beat-up pickup, yet he has a farm with hundreds of acres of private land just a few miles down the road off the main highway. The guy next to him? Well, he owns a construction company and property development company, you know, the huge shopping center with the 100 stores, and a big movie theater about 2 miles down the road? Yup. He owns it. You know, the nearest 10 housing developments? He built all of that. Yeah? He splurged a little more and has a nicer truck, probably cost him $80K for it. Oh, and his mansion that sits acres off the road so you'd never know it was there. It's only a few miles away too if you know what you're looking for. That table with the 10 rough-looking old guys? They're worth more than $250 million combined. Know what else? They are not Stanford computer scientists or Harvard MBAs, they've never even stepped foot in a community college, and they grew up poor down the street from my father. Unless you have the inside knowledge I have, you'd come into the diner, Take a quick look and see a bunch of rough-looking blue-collar workers. I am sure this story plays out around the country. This is so true in so many areas and so many services. The big companies don't give a foo because it's ran by a bunch of minimum wage employees that hate their jobs. The small companies are mainly ran by workers with poor manners and communication skills, not business-savvy entrepreneurs. So it's very hard to find a company with amazing customer service, and someone that is on point with everything they do. Replying back to customers, handling service complaints, and maintaining consistency in your services. How do you dominate the service industry? In the beginning, you will not get that many jobs, so you don't have to worry about not having the time to do it all. This is the most crucial part. You have to solve the problems or issues well, and give your customer an amazing experience. You have the free time to treat everyone special, so do it and they will sing praises about you to everyone because 0.1% of the companies out there genuinely care about the customer. 99.9% of the companies don't care about the customer, they only care about getting paid. After mastering your craft and getting some good jobs under your belt though, you'll get some buzz about your company and you will start getting more and more calls. This is you differentiating yourself from the competition and you will see it pay off in your phone starting to blow up all day. This is where the 12+ hour days come into play. In the beginning, you will work from 8 AM until it's dark out and you can't work anymore, and all while working. You have a Bluetooth headset with 2 portable chargers and you're answering the phone and talking to customers. Have the customers text or email you their contact info and pictures of the job so you can provide quotes. Never let your phone go below 30%. Get a calendar notification app and put everything down on your calendar so nobody gets forgotten about. Every single thing that you plan on doing even 1 hour in the future. I can't stress how important this is. My calendar is always full of 1,000 little things, and I never forget about anyone's problem that they called me about because I have my phone reminding me and I don't dismiss anything until after it's done. If I am about to do it, I snooze it 30 minutes until it's done. When you get home every night after working, put all the jobs you picked up on email and send it out to the clients that you will be out there between X times. Invoice out all the jobs that you did that day. Check your ads and make the tweaks that you want to make. Holy crap, it's midnight already, I gotta go to sleep. Rinse and repeat until you are so busy you need to hire your first employee. Go out with him for the first few months until he doesn't need you anymore, then go directly behind his work without telling him to make sure he is performing the same level of service you would be performing. Then start playing the manager role where your employee or employees are doing the work and you are just giving great customer service. You are still differentiating yourself from the competition by providing the customers with great communication and managing your employees to where any issues they have are quickly solved. This is where you can start experiencing some freedom because all that you need to run your business is your phone or laptop. You can be in Vegas, on the beach, or wherever and answering phone calls and managing employees. One thing that really kills your time, but is a smart move to make, is having your employees send you pictures of all the jobs they do and you send them over to the customer with the invoice. It takes up some time, but I can't tell you how much it saves you on managing because you see the completed job so you don't have to worry if the employee is showing up and doing the work or not. Install GPS trackers in your vehicles as well and you can check on your phone where the employees are at any time. Eventually you have enough employees and cash flow to where you can hire a manager to take over your management role, and now you're one of the big companies, but you can still differentiate yourself from other big companies on procedures that you implement with management, making sure everyone is doing their job properly and still providing an amazing service for your customers. I have a lawn service company that is a massive company, but they are amazing with how they run their operation. And I will never go to a different company. They charge premium prices, But I don't care because I know I'm getting high caliber work and service. Amen. If you're expecting fast lane 7 minutes after starting, rutter on. Disappointment. As I was on my way to Jack in the Box at 10 p.m. for my lunch. Yep, time slipped away today. Lol. Anyway, I was reminded of another business. There is a guy that started his business many years ago picking up trash in shopping center parking lots. Not the guy driving the truck through the parking lots. He has 1,099 workers picking up the trash on the sidewalks, the grass areas and anywhere a truck can't get to. If I remember right, he makes about $600,000 a year. Childcare, mowing lawns, raking leaves, snow removal. There's so many ways to make cash if you just look for it. This thread is now gold. Quote equals 15. Exotic animal breeding or trading or quote my girlfriend and I are actually planning on doing this bit once I can secure funding. The breeding part is more the community and conservation reasons. However, there's some ideas tagged along to help make this bit profitable. What can you do with childcare? My friend is thinking about going to school for 4 years to be a school counselor because she loves kids, and I told her don't waste your time. I spent like an hour looking at possibilities for her dealing with kids, and most of them require education. I just haven't brought it up again because I can't back up an alternative for her. And really it's a friend. Disliking kids is my biggest flaw. Go to a local wealthy neighborhood. Tons of those parents have nannies and need someone to just watch over their kids when they're on vacation or just at work. Once you meet one of them, all the moms know each other and will refer you. Or you can just advertise your services on Craigslist or one of the many sites that offer nanny services. These are just odd jobs, not something you need to be certified for. I know plenty of young girls who make $20 to $50 or hour. Sure, it's not fast lane, but if you need some quick cash it helps. Also, if you're really good at cleaning houses or providing top lawn care, you can get paid like $50, $100 or hour. People who have nice homes don't like to hire just anybody. Typically, you need a referral, so start getting to know people ASAP. After making connections, you can always hire people to do the physical cleaning and nannying and just take a profit. Man, shortchanged from the pocket change I was thrown when I was a youngster, BBB, but then how can I sit on a beach with my laptop? I think these ideas are interesting. Bamboo grows fast and is very versatile. Maybe you could even grow bamboo on your own and manufacture high-end furniture or flooring with it. Marketable as grown and made in the USD or whatever country you're in. Mushrooms are also captivating. There was this man on a Joe Rogan podcast who spoke about them, and I even think he grew some species and sold them as nutritional supplements. I love this list, especially the obscure ones that most people would claim that won't work. One idea I pondered for a few days was if there was a way I could make farming aquatic plants profitable. I decided the demand was too low, margin too low, and regulations too high to be worth the time. Not to mention overseas competition. However, I have seen someone succeed with this, but the plants were secondary. Just in case you plan to do the cleaning gig, stay away from large houses and rich people in a wealthy neighborhood. You will make much more money with regular-sized houses, mom and dad working, just regular people, and can scale much faster. Real deal Denver. That would change if more kids got off the couch and went out and worked like an hour a day. Without the kids keeping the prices low, adults come onto the scene and the prices go up. There's like zero competition in my area. There's one kid who started a lawn care company and is making good money and didn't even go to college. Neighbors saw me cleaning a yard and thought it was weird because I was female, but they were also kinda pleasantly shocked to see me working. Most of the guys don't have a dedicated person to answer the phone. Doing that alone would probably significantly boost sales. I remember one time I was getting voicemail after having called 6 to 7 guys. One of them actually called back and yelled at me for not leaving a voicemail. How hard would it be to compete against that? Another issue: billing. It's 2018, and most still take payment only by check and snail mail. I just want to give them a credit card on monthly rebill and I literally cannot do it. I saw a truck on the highway a few years ago that offered dog poo cleanup service. I'll probably never forget the hideous paintful vehicle job, and the letters were brown. It was memorable. Not sure if it scales well. You'd have trouble finding employees and demand might be too low. Mushroom farming is so difficult. I thought about making a progress thread on it and to promote it as a side hustle, but I've quickly realized that most people should not even attempt. Right now I am crossing the desert of desertion trying to learn the process, and let me just say that contamination is a heartbreaker. If I had the land for it I would definitely have done bamboo instead, but I'm a broke teenager who lives in a subdivision. I might switch over one day, but it's going to depend entirely on if I am able to scale a mushroom farm. Yes, billing. Lots and lots of guys have no clue how much you owe them. They are so busy working, they have it set in their mind they don't have time for paperwork and then wonder why they can't buy food on Friday. I would think the dog poo business would be an add-on for something like dog walking or pet or house sitting or mowing or even house cleaning, but it usually isn't an add-on. I just don't see how it makes any money by the time you drive there and then do the job. Along with dog poo pickup. I've yet to see one named Scooby's Doo, but I always thought that would be a great name. I think they should clean the cat litter box also. I just don't see any real money in it though. That's why I never added it on. 101. Global business arbitrage. I just came up with this idea while trying to sleep. But basically it comes off like this. What if you stole a business plan common from another country and started normalizing it in another country where it is not popular or well known, assuming you could find a market for it? Some examples might include bamboo farming in the USA, opening up a Taco Bell franchise in Australia, or opening up shop as an orthodontist or selling teeth whitening products to British people. Obviously this strategy could work anywhere, but it would probably be easiest in a developing country that is behind yours technologically speaking, or possibly radically different from yours culturally speaking, depending on the market of course. I talked to a guy that did the poo biz one time when I was filling up gas. He worked for Poop 911. These guys have this figured out to a T. Customers sign up on their website and pay the company direct. The company is nationwide, and sends out a list of their customers a day in advance. Great business model, an exact list of what to do every day. No inventory. No overhead. No billing. Discount on poo for employees and their families. The company pays the area offices their cut. I like this model, as the company is in charge of everything, and is insured of getting their cut. This guy getting gas was driving a mini pickup. Great logo paint job on all sides. Couldn't miss him if you tried. Turns out they have 7 crews, each with their own truck, working full-time doing this. He wouldn't tell me what they did with the poo, but he said it wasn't fertilizer as it had too much sodium in it and would burn the soil. In a bigger city, this could be a gold mine. They start at $9.95, and go up from there. Not bad for a 15-minute job, start to finish. That's $40 an hour income per hour, minimum. Might not be a high-priced high-flying biz, but with 7 crews, they are probably pulling in $1,000 a day. Not huge, but maybe $30 grand a month. And I think they have an ironclad guarantee. If you're not 100% satisfied, double your poo back. This is what Rocket Internet does, and they're a multi-billion-dollar company. Definitely potential in this. In Southeast Asia there is Grab, which is a Singapore-based company that copied Uber's business model. They recently purchased Uber's Southeast Asia division. Correction: Vietnam has Highlands Coffee, which was started by a Vietnamese-American guy that saw how successful Starbucks was in the US and decided to do a similar concept in Vietnam. Lots of potential with business models like this, especially going from US, greater than Southeast Asia or other developing countries. Southeast Asia is developing the fastest though. Wait, not the other way around? Isn't it supposed to be Grab buying Uber's Asian side? Thanks for starting this thread. I always wanted to find out more about dirty jobs but had no idea how. Never knew I could just start a thread. Yes, this is a great way to get ideas. After my recent trip to the US I got many business ideas and I'm currently pursuing one of them. The best part of this method is the business model is already proven. However, execution is still the key. Can you convince Taco Bell to let you sell their franchise in Australia? Can you get any local business to join the franchise? They probably stop by an apartment complex and dump the poop. It's only $40 an hour if you get 4 houses on the same street, and in order to average $40 an hour for a whole workday you would need 32 houses all in a row basically. I see they have now added dog walking onto their poop removal. While it might be a great thing for the franchise, I don't think it makes a very good profit for the franchise owner. And they have cornered themselves in by the company name. Jane, I'm looking for someone to walk my dog. Do you know of anyone? Jim, I use Poop 911 to walk my dog. Jane, no thanks. Hey, if it's working for the owner, more power to him or her. Lol. I always look at other countries for businesses or to see how they run a certain type of business. For example, here in the US there aren't really any franchises for residential mowing. But in Australia there is or used to be gyms. He has his picture on all the trucks as I recall. One standalone business I do find really odd is that in the UK they have stove cleaning businesses. I have absolutely no idea. If Australia has McDonald's, KFC, and Burger King, then maybe it would work as long as you can find the market for it. I guess it depends on whether or not Australians like spicy food. Mexican food in general is popular in North America, but it doesn't seem very popular anywhere else. So my logic was that maybe someone could bring Mexican restaurants, microwave burritos, the Taco Bell franchise, guacamole, and other types of Mexican food products somewhere else where it's uncommon in an attempt to start normalizing it. Apartment? I never would have thought of that. Brilliant. As for the money, in your next thread you mention lawn mowing. Let's look at this. I would guess it would take close to an hour to mow a lawn. I don't think they could charge $100, but let's say they did. That's a lot of work for $100. Not to mention hauling the machinery around and paying for the gas. Now, poop scoop. They hop out, scoop, and they're done. 10 minutes if they're slow, and down the road they go. 5 minutes to get to the next stop. They should be able to do 4 of those quite easily in an hour, versus 1 lawn mowing. I'll take the scooping job any day over the mowing job. And I think my mowing fee is greatly exaggerated. I don't think they would make anything close to $100. Just thought I'd throw that out there. I love your analysis, and I'm trying to guess your take on all of this. Let's take 10 regular blocks of a neighborhood. How many lawns do you think get mowed by a company on those 10 blocks? How many do you think hire pooper scoopers? Way easier to sell mowing than pooper scooping, although for the person who is not a salesperson it might be easier to sell pooper scooping if they don't know how to beat the competition in something like the mowing business. There is probably very little competition in scooping, so they don't have to compete. But I don't think there is any way you can make $40 an hour in pooper scooping for 8 hours every day. But I could be wrong, I've never tried. As for mowing or pooper scooping, neither is my line for doing the physical work itself, so that part is not in my line of thinking. But let's say I had the choice. I'll mow. I'm not a popper scooper. One reason we have no animals. Overall I think I could sell 20x more mowing jobs than pooper scooping jobs. Now my question is, if a person wanted to go into the pooper scooping business, why on earth would they buy into a franchise? Well, now that is the crazy part. My thinking is the same for any service business though. And I think that for a few reasons. First of all, didn't they want to be in business for theirself? Being part of a franchise means you don't get to make the rules, which means you still have a boss. If I want to charge $14.95 to scoop a yard, I wouldn't want someone to tell me I have to charge only $9.95. So what is your thinking on this, Denver? Captain Obvious says, this thread collectively shows that basically anything you can successfully apply to can be made to succeed. Poo-poo DNA testing to catch the delinquent poo scoopers. Just randomly saw this headline. It was my perception that good customer service was default because I personally didn't think it was that hard to provide. I also had a perception that anyone that went into business knew that customers are the most important part of the business. So the thought that if anyone treated customers like crap, they wouldn't have a business for very long. Still hesitant to go into these types of businesses because it seems like your success is dependent on competitors just sucking. What happens if you're got fast learner in the local area? Never thought of the GPS idea. I was worried at first that employees would take side gigs while on the go, using business equipment and then telling the customer that it costs $100 and pocketing it for themselves. Under the table work using business equipment. Well, of course. Why didn't I see that? You are absolutely right. I just don't know why I don't think like that. My brain cells have been dying, I guess, and not replenishing. Do you know how hard it is for me to get the people I know to answer something intelligently? Almost impossible. They always cop out with I don't know, for whatever reason is the flavor of the day. I'm turning gears in my brain that have not been used in a long time. Even if it's something trivial, like this, it still is moving them old rusty parts that haven't been used enough. Great answer. Even better logic to back it up. It's not the answer that counts, it's how you think that counts, and I missed this one by a mile. Lots of great base businesses. How do you assess whether the need is not being met well enough that you could possibly compete? These seem like the sorts of businesses you have to go all in or nothing, and not something you could run on the side until it grows legs. Your success is dependent on yourself. That's how every business is. How are you going to provide a better product or service than your competitors? It's like that not only in the service industry, but also online. If you have another fast learner in the local area, it's all on who executes better. Just like if you have a fast learner competing against you on Amazon in the same category, who delivers more value to the customer? That doesn't mean who provides the lowest dollar price, but instead the best cost for the dollars spent. This is no joke. I see a lot of employees in my industry ripping off their owners by using their equipment and supplies to do side jobs for themselves. Or trying to charge customers for additional work while they're at properties. But that additional work and the additional time is very easily trackable. Keeping a good level of communication with your customer is key, and explaining the billing process upfront helps. Take out ways where employees can rip you off out of the equation. No undocumented money. You only accept checks in the mail or credit cards made out to enter company name. Quotes and approvals are always needed before any work is performed. Never pay a technician on the site in cash for any work, as they are not the billing department. If you keep up with your inventory, then you'll see how much you're spending and can relate it to a dollar amount that should equate to. Your inventory will always be slightly off, but if it's way off, then you know you have a problem and can sniff out the problem and fix it. Giving managers bonuses for maintaining good inventory is a good incentive to keep them on their A game and keeping employees in check. You will never be able to weed everything out though, and employees will still find ways to do you when given a chance, but things catch up and you catch on pretty quickly to those things. The hardest part of these businesses, in my ignorant opinion, is finding good employees. Ones that you can trust to do a proper job, treat the customers well and be reliable. A friend of mine had a pretty great idea and made a small attempt to help serve the property management industry because the need is there for good service, as most service really sucks. He even had well-networked investors wanting to invest in it for equity or be a customer. But the problem was finding good workers that could execute the job proves to be a lot harder than he expected. They were essential to the business model. I gave some advice on trying to niche down a little bit first and start smaller, but he wouldn't and never really went all in on it, and there was another flaw to the model that wasn't yet solved. But damn, there is a ton of interest from wealthy property owners for good blue-collar services. He had them wanting to buy equity in the business and be a customer. One of those things where the scripted life kept him from going all in, since he is well paid in the corporate world. Make more moves. Feel free to Google lawn care in the Garland or Plano or Allen or McKinney, Texas area. If you want to see competition, I think there is more true competition in that area than any other. The owner of City Turf is known as the lawn care millionaire. He started with nothing and now is known nationwide for his marketing and business ideas. But he has some fierce competition. There are guys in his area that stepped it up and very easily compete. They probably use his own software to compete with him. They all seem to be doing very well and growing, so I don't think it matters about another fastlaner gets into said business in your area. But I can guarantee you that 95% of the people within 100 miles of you have no clue how to run real lawn care business or cleaning business or most service businesses. Don't forget about that window cleaning I mentioned. I called several people trying to find a window cleaner. I finally had to hire my sales lady and her boyfriend to come and clean them. Nuclear Puma. Yes, employees can be a pain and they are a big reason I got out of the cleaning business, but if I had really wanted to stay in the business, I could have hired workers that actually wanted to do good work. It's all about the hiring process. Have about 3 to 4 interviews. If the person gets pissed off that you make him or her keep coming in for an interview, you know they aren't a good fit. That right there weeds a lot of people out. Take them out to lunch, let them get comfortable with you, and you can see how they really act. That's what we do with the people that do other types of work in a few of the businesses that I am a part of. So all in all, it's the employer that needs to do a better job at hiring, but even at that, you can't always tell who will be bad all the time. I guess I've got too much rhino DNA in my system. I would be in the group that would throw in the towel if I didn't get results after the second interview. I think it's a mutual respect thing. Don't waste my time and hour or expect me to be beholden to you, as my boss or supervisor. If I'm doing my job properly, I'm making the company money, and I certainly expect, no demand, respect for that. Share the wealth and make me happy to be there, and I will exceed your expectations across the board. Treat me badly and you will find out exactly how employees can run with your idea and give you massive headaches, as I will become your competition in short order. I might even take your key performers with me, for good measure. I have never done that, but I know several people that have. And they are thriving. There are some innovative solutions to the employee problem if you are good at marketing and can generate a large demand. Instead of hiring employees to work for you, hire highly reputable companies and give them so much work they will give you discounts. After the hurricane in Florida last year, I had so much work that my crew couldn't handle it and I wasn't able to hire more employees and train them. So I hired 2 solid companies to fill some orders for me. I handled the clients, and just gave them addresses for the jobs and they did the work. I profited 10 to 20% on each job. This strategy works if you have volume, but you don't have to stress managing employees because you're hiring an established company that you already see how they perform based on their reviews. Big players in the fencing industry do this. One of the biggest fencing companies in my area is called Fence Outlet. What they do is buy large amounts of materials from their supplier, then sell it to customers at retail price along with charging labor to install the fence. Instead of hiring employees as installers, they hire 1,099 contractors and pay them per foot of fence they put in. These guys start their own companies and feel like they own their own company, and the quality of work they give is so much higher than if Fence Outlet hired a bunch of people for $12 an hour. Fence Outlet makes money selling the fence material, and make a percentage of the installation cost, and these installers make $8, $10K a month. They will never have an opportunity to make money like that and be their own boss anywhere else, so they take large amounts of pride in their work and it yields very little on the management side for Fence Outlet. This is what management companies do for real estate owners as well when homes need repairs done. They handle repairs and make small percentages on the work completed. So if I have 200 clients that I'm cutting their grass, why don't I also fix their irrigation and electrical issues as well? Subcontract the work out and make a little off of it. Since you're established with them and doing a great job with their lawn, they will choose you over any other company to do the work. Your advertising efforts are still focused entirely around the one service you provide. But if the problems present themselves, you can solve it for them and make a little money off of it. I implement this strategy in many different areas. I have every kind of service business on my Rolodex you can think of. I don't do electrical, but if a current customer has an electrical issue, or if we're doing a job that requires a licensed electrician to come in and do some work, then I tell them I can solve this issue for them. I call up my guy, have him go out and fix the issue, and I handle all client relationships and make 10% plus on the job. This adds up over time. I had one job that was a foundational issue covered by insurance, came out to be close to $20,000, and I made a little under $2,000 off of the job just making some phone calls and emails. No employee management required. Just make sure you add the company on as a subcontractor and have them sign a non-compete and have them send you copies of their licenses and insurances just so you're in the clear on them doing work for you. Denver. Personally, I think everyone should interview like this. It's not a time waster, it's protection for my company. As for pay, I found out that in the low pay brackets, when people ask that as one of the very first things, don't hire them. There are very people in the low pay brackets that think like you. Or maybe not very few, but the percentage is very low. When I used to work for $4.15 an hour, I worked my ass off just like it was my own business. Fast forward to today. Pay the majority of the people $50 an hour and they still don't care. Dwayne: yeah, I've done that before. It didn't always go that smooth though. But if his friend has so much opportunity with Bacchus, it is a very good option for him. After the summer is over, I'd have no problem backing something like this if I liked the idea. I might actually look for something like this again. Great post. Yeah, sometimes you get hiccups and you'll transition to another company, but it's a lot less hiccups over employees and you don't have to have the licenses and knowledge to do the work. That company has dedicated their life to mastering that craft. I am in the online space and have created my own products, and it is much easier to create something unique. There are more variables you can play with. Not only with product features either. Although the hardest thing I find about this route is product viability. With services the demand is there, but at the end of the day it is just cutting grass or window cleaning, etc. Okay, thanks for the tips. I am solely looking for extra cash now, but got too much on my hands. I will be interested to build as a joint venture. Let me know if you like to discuss. Thanks. That is why nobody wants to do it. It's not sexy, it's vanilla. Everybody is running online right now, but these unsexy service businesses aren't going anywhere and are ripe full of potential, producing tons of millionaires every year because there's massive demand for it. A cool service business I seen today is mobile auto repair. This company in my area has a repair shop where they run their operation out of, but they also have a few vans that go around and does on-site auto repairs. Small issues that leave you on the side of the road, hose leaks, dead batteries, flat tires, etc. You call them up if you can't get to their shop, give your vehicle info and say what the issue is, then they come out and fix it. The call-out charge is cheaper than towing your vehicle to the mechanic. A pretty innovative solution that will make a lot of people's lives easier. Tons of auto repairs don't require the vehicle to be in the shop to fix it. How is this not true for any business, not just the service industry? Treat them right, pay them well, engage them, respect them. Hire slow. Fire fast. True, that's why a human resource system is the hardest to execute. That is essentially what all these businesses are if we are to get away from time for money and hit the commandment of time. This is not passive-aggressive. Have you had experience with employees? How many? What about nurseries? Those places cost a bomb, sometimes more than rent for a month. Look how clean it gets though, looks like it's new from the shop. And now, all of those unsexy businesses needs a sexy business that actually believes in itself. For example, Bobby owns all the lawn equipment to do the work and has experience, but he doesn't have enough money to buy bologna to eat, let alone do any advertising. Not to mention he doesn't even know how to spell advertising. So what a guy like Bobby needs is for someone that can actually market, to work with him. You need to get a Google number and add Bobby to the account. It needs to be understood the number is yours, not Bobby's. Then every time a call or text comes in, Bobby owes you money, $1, $3, $5. Now you must realize that Bobby has expenses, so make sure you only take a small amount so Bobby can stay in business and make you more money. No, Bobby cannot pay up front. He has no money. So if any of you that claim to be great at marketing or SEO or somehow getting people to call and you believe in yourself, thank me later for the millions you have the opportunity to make. Just to be clear, unlike all the other services, this is a pay after the call comes in, which you can easily track, not a pay before the call comes in. You will need to give credit for spam calls and you can easily track them and call them back to verify they are spam. The biggest trick to this business is actually being what you say you are. All talk does not equals phone calls or texts. This will work for so many types of businesses. And just think, if you make a killer website and rank up top, once Bobby fills up, you can find someone else to rinse and repeat with the same website. I did this myself for a while, but I think it is more for someone that wants to put in the time and effort with people like Bobby. I had my sister doing it and another girl, and I probably could have scaled it, but at the time it was just kind of a pain in the ass and I had a lot of other things going on. Having been in the residential cleaning business here in the US for over 19 years, I don't think many people here would pay very much to have their oven cleaned. It's something they put off and then never have it done. If someone would ask for their oven to be clean, we charged $25 and they thought that was too high. And those that would be in the mindset to have their oven cleaned would expect to pay their house cleaner to clean it, for $25 or less. Vending machines. This thread is amazing. My reticular activating system is confused. Time to search for unsexy and off-the-radar businesses. Thank you op. I was contacted yesterday about going in with a friend's friend on some type of motor oil distributorship. I had no idea that existed, lol. I'm going to check it out. This will need a lot of research as it is nowhere near my $1,000 limit for friends. I'll tell you one thing I've had my eye on for years but have never inquired about it. A fireworks stand. I'd like to see if they must be straightforward just fireworks sales or if I could add a little circus-type atmosphere. I've got an idea. How about you own up to the fact there are preference points given to certain groups because of their skin color? I've seen it firsthand. If that's not the definition of racism, I don't know what is. Now, run along and join your local BLM demonstration and scream about those evil white cops and all of us white devils who just don't get it. Whites can experience racism just as often as anyone else. In fact, I would argue that whites are the least racist on the entire planet if you look at their immigration policies compared to the way that their immigrants treat them. Every time I read one of your posts, Minai Vanman, you intrigue me even more. Every time. I'll tell you what you need to do. You have a book inside of you that needs to see the light of day. Put me down for the first copy. Damn, I sure wish we could spend an afternoon over some beers. Maybe a whole weekend, in fact. You would light speed me ahead in my thinking. Yes, 4 or 5 depending on how they were paid. It also was a factor in my decision for selling, as more employees would have been required to continue growth. Or, as history now would prove, to keep the boat afloat. Racism is a thing, sure. But the truly successful people don't give a shit what color they are. Neither does the market. If there's a need and you fill it, you can be black, white, brown, yellow, or purple. It doesn't matter, you'll still make money. I'm not sure it's the best use of time to keep bringing this up. Yeah, I know of a guy in my area that runs a concrete business. He owns these concrete pumper trucks that cost $500,000 and he has 7 crews that pour bases for windmill turbines. He makes bank. Another guy I know owned a construction company in Texas and sold the company a couple of years ago for about $60 million or so, I'm told. This is a great article on people who do blue-collar work who are raking it in. Take a read, guys. A woman creates a marketplace for parents who want someone else to change their baby's nappy diaper. I don't know if this has been said already, but if you own a landscaping company, why not start up a Christmas light removal service? I'm under the impression in the winter time it's difficult for landscapers to get decent business, and everyone has Christmas lights they really don't want to take down. Another potential idea in the same vein is getting a hold of your regular contracts and offering snow removal services as well. Speaking of Christmas, what I never see is a Christmas tree removal service. Easy add-ons for any company that already has the customers. Lawn care, tree service company, or anything of that nature. Do most places not take them with the regular garbage pickup? Here they'll be picked up from the curb the first 2 trash days after Christmas. After that you're on your own to haul it off to the dump. I've seen a couple companies that set up lights for homes in affluent neighborhoods. There's definitely demand there and some fierce competition between neighbors in some places. There are lots of places that do not pick up Christmas trees. And even on the 2-week time limit you stated, lots of people wait longer than 2 weeks to take their tree down. Back when I had several girls cleaning, more often than not, people would wait until near the end of January or later to take down their tree. Some places offer a specific place to take your tree, but they do not pick them up. As for putting up Christmas lights, that's a heck of a business if ran correctly. Make the people pay X amount the first year, which covers the cost of the lights and installation. Cut the lights to fit their house and after that give them a discount. You already have the lights and have them to fit exactly to their house. All you have to do is have a place to store them all. The cost for you is lower because you buy the wire in rolls to cut to length. Win or win. This could be done with lots more holidays, but no one ever does. Easter or 4th of July or Labor Day or Halloween or Thanksgiving or birthday. This could even be added on to a business such as bounce house rental. The bounce house rental could supply all kinds of props for a birthday party or whatever the occasion. Don't have anything to contribute, but I totally agree with you. I personally feel like being a straight white male is like being a punching bag these days. Some races have been discriminated for more than days. So imagine how it feels to have been discriminated against for more than just days. And policies are one thing, actions are others. In all fairness, they are exaggeration. Some groups can do much more, and are in a way hypocrite. Being born on certain nations are an advantage, but there should be more sympathy and understanding. Starting a life with an handicap is not fun, although it can be turned into an advantage. And it should not be an excuse to justify failure and laziness. New business idea: online race talk removal service. Target customer would be any operator of an online discussion space. System would be like Palantir, detects hard pass and hard fail, but the gray area gets passed on to human employees. Those employees then check if the race talk has anything to do with the op, and if not, press the trash can button. Whites have been discriminated against just as long as any other race. Ottomans, Persians, Berbers, many of them being black, Carthage, and Mongols have all successfully invaded Europe and taken white slaves. Do you read? I like my race talk much better. If it wasn't for gender-oriented media, biased indoctrination camps, public schools or college and lifetime politicians, race relations wouldn't even be a topic of discussion today. Anyways, what's this thread about again? My post was emotional and not adding anything, either the race conversation or this thread. And I admit, I need to make my own research on the subject. And I will. And so thank you for responding. I still think there should be more empathy and understanding, from all sides. We both agree, I think, that race should not be used to justify a lack of success. Let's leave it at that. A really great way of thinking. Helps you see opportunities where others do not. Well, my good friend who is an electrical engineer retired a few weeks ago. Last week he came to me with an offer. I get him handyman jobs and I take a cut of the profit from each job. He knows I do this with other people. So now I'm in the handyman business. This is number 30 and my final business to help. Unless my one other friend wants me to be involved in helping him because I've already offered. It takes me a few hours work to be set up for several years to come and then a few minutes a month on my end. At some point this all might change, but right now it's working. By the look of things, it won't be hard at all to get first page of Google for handyman search in his area. This would be a good gig for someone that is looking to be behind the laptop on the beach. If I was that kind of guy, with my secret weapon of advertising, I could have these businesses busting at the seam with phone calls. But my ass gets tired when I sit too much, so it ain't for me. It would still work great for someone that is actually good at SEO and not all talk. Go out to these service businesses and work a deal with them. Pulled into my local gas station and found this golden nugget. Who would ever think you need a fuel servicing service? Definitely not the customers, but the owner does. You reminded me. I don't know how it works now, but way back in the day, there was one guy that used to go around and change the wheels on all the Walmart carts. That's why the wheels were always screwed up, because he couldn't keep up. I don't know if they still use an outside company to do this or not. Just out of college, I worked a couple of years for a company in this field. This post brings back memories. When you have an underground fuel storage tank, if it leaks you have to clean up the contamination. Gas and oil have all kinds of toxic chemicals that can cause cancer. You really don't want that stuff in the water supply. Someone has to dig out the tank and all the contaminated dirt. There's also a need to drill monitoring wells, only an inch across, so you can drop down a glass vial to collect a water sample. Soil and water samples go to a lab for testing the amounts of hydrocarbons, benzene, etc. The soil's usually spread out in a thin layer to air out, occasionally flipped over and tested again. One of our clients mentioned something about Russian scientists who supposedly had invented a microbe can be sprinkled on dirt and it eats the petroleum. But I never heard anything more about that. Reports have to go to the local government. If a gas station is sold, this is super important for the real estate deal to go through. This is a perfect partly dirty job or business for someone who likes to play in the dirt with backhoes and bulldozers in all kinds of weather, who likes science, and who can put up with some government paperwork. The paperwork to track the samples is crucial. The government wants to be sure the lab measures the same water or dirt that was collected in the field. Super easy business to enter. Need is dictated by the local laws and the Department of Environmental Quality. Just make sure there aren't too many competitors close by. Where I worked, the field crews had gloves and masks as needed. The scientists had gloves and powerful vent hoods. But in the office where I checked in samples and typed reports, there were no protective measures at all. I strongly believe this carelessness contributed to my cancer many years later. Fortunately I recovered. But there's no way to prove it. If you get into the field, I'd urge you to be super careful about not touching or breathing the contamination. This would be a great area for a vertical market solution. Instead of signing off on paperwork in the mud and the rain, we often got the triplicate forms. For us, client, and government, in a big Ziploc bag. A cell phone app could scan a barcode or QR label, timestamp the GPS location and include a photo or video clip when you take the sample and tape the label shut. At the lab, a barcode scanner could automate checking in the samples. There's some more that could be added, but I don't want to give away all my best ideas I might want to act on someday. If you own a casino, you need to be personally licensed by the state. But aren't there many private daycare centers, schools, and youth activity groups, where you could own the business, and hang out with the kids as much as you like, without needing an education degree yourself? I think the niche is high-end residential rentals, for people who'll have to pay a $200 cleaning fee when they move out of the house or apartment. Unless they pay a cleaning service $100 to clean it for them. There are designers for interiors and landscaping of luxury homes. I wonder if there is, or could be a design service that would create these spectacular displays for rich people who like to show off, but aren't visually creative themselves. In Las Vegas, the Venetian Casino Hotel is owned by one corporation, and the Paris Casino Hotel is owned by a different corporation. The parent company of the Venetian got the rights to build new casinos in Macau. They built not just a Venetian Macau, but also a Parisian Macau. The concept of a resort hotel with a Paris theme and a half-size Eiffel Tower out front can't be copyrighted. The Venetian's owners didn't have to pay a penny to the owner of Paris Las Vegas for the use of the idea. The name Taco Bell, the names of their own fake Mexican food that can't be found anywhere else, and the recipes are all owned by the company. If you tried to launch Taco Bell yourself in a new country, they'd probably sue you. Even if they lost, they could afford enough lawyers to put you out of business. I wouldn't try to match the color scheme or the exact layout of the restaurant and menu. But you could open American Tacos, or Tacos Mexicana, or Bell Mexican Grand Food, with similar fast food tacos and burritos. I'm guessing at fake restaurant names here. I hope you've seen Mike Rowe's show by now? Oh hell no. There are plenty of little service businesses where customers complain about that tacky jerk who does the work, but pay him anyway. If you were the only one in your town with great customer service, someone else who also has a clue might want to join you rather than compete with you. Or buy you out, when you're ready to walk away. Not necessarily. If you do lead generation sites like Manai Vanman and Andy Black, you can start advertising poop scoopers tomorrow if nobody buys lawn moving services anymore. The gas station environmental service is another example. You could be a courier for construction companies who'd rather pay someone else to drop off samples at the lab, so their backhoe operator can stay on site all day. Starting that business could be as simple as showing up at a construction site where it looks like they're removing an underground gas storage tank. Ask any worker if this is a cleanup of a leaking gas or oil storage tank. If yes, say you'd like to talk to the boss. Tell the boss you're offering a courier service for environment cleanup companies. Is that something that would help them? I had no idea. Thanks for the explanation. And unlike selling something online, it doesn't matter if some hard-working fence-building kid in China can survive on a penny a day. That has nothing to do with the local pricing for your local market, assuming you're not in that part of China. Man, I love this thread. So educational. I can't remember even one day of high school or college when there was any kind of discussion like this about basic local jobs for hardworking people, with some marketing and customer service skills. Marketing. Customer service. Showing up on time as promised. Having clean trucks and uniforms. One plumbing company has radio ads that let the housewife know their guys don't smell bad. When the mower goes back on the truck, come back to the house with the clipboard and sell this month's seasonal upgrade offer, whether it's for flowers, fertilizer, mosquito control, raking leaves, cleaning gutters, prepay for snow removal this winter, putting Christmas lights up or down. Follow-up call from the boss the next day to see if the customer was satisfied and let them know you can refer roofing, plumbing, electrical, handyman services you've checked out and trust. If they ever need anything else, make you their first call. Lead gen online. Pushing a mower for an hour is a commodity. Lots you can wrap around that to make a unique business. Brilliant story. These guys are everywhere. And often looked down on by ignorant folks, who don't have a tenth of their net worth. I bet the employees ain't gonna steal the inventory with this one either. Slow lane when you do the work yourself at first, fast lane when you grow it to the point that you're the owner with multiple crews and the best marketing in town. Slow lane when you do the work yourself at first, fast lane when you grow it to the point that you're the owner with multiple crews and the best marketing in town. Don't worry about making a mess when you throw up. We've got the cleaning crew here if the price is right. The money is in you becoming well informed enough about a specific industry, that you can see something where automation or convenience would help business owners make more profits. This will require that have a variety of work experience in different jobs and industries, and that you go out and talk to people with empathetic questions about what their workday is like and what concerns they have in their business. I know the concerns of gas station tank cleanup companies and of fast food managers because of bad jobs that were all I could find at the time. I know the concerns of art and philosophy publishers and of monkey brain research investigators because of conversations with friends. What do you know that's far more unique in a niche than how to crank out an app? I have no idea what AdMob is, but I would guess that if there's a killer app that lets a septic tank service business make sure there's enough room in the tank before they schedule another job that day, it will be sold by phone call and sales letters to septic company owners, not on AdMob. A booth at the plumbing expo might lead to a dozen sales. A full-page ad in Plumbing Industry World magazine might bring in 100 sales. A great sales letter to the Plumbing World mailing list might bring in 1,000 sales, and there's nobody left to buy another copy of the app. I'm making this one up. I don't actually know if the septic tank truck has to go back to the shop for clean out after each call. The point is that your ad coding skills are the commodity here, not the info about who might want to buy an app. I wonder if you have real estate investor meetups in your area. Could you go to those and talk with people about your idea, until you find someone with commercial property who can see the income potential here? Quality thread despite our short derailment into racism and whatnot. Still looking for ideas, and possibility marketing? Get yourself on for insight into what your neighbors are looking for and who they're recommending. Amazon Home Services. If you're providing any service and not on Amazon, you're missing out. Our plumbing and electrical businesses are expanding massively. I hear ya. I got some things in the works, solving a need for a graphic designer friend and another need for a hippie friend. My coding skills are what brought them to me. I agree, you can easily outsource the app building process but not the need or demand discovery. This is the exact challenge I face being a software developer myself. How about cleaning trees? In the Netherlands we have a problem with trees infested with oak processionary moth. From what I see there is only one company cleaning the trees. They vacuum the nest for our town. Unsexy as hell but can be good business. Admittedly I could have done a better job of including more unsexy products. One day if I have time, I should make another thread like this, but even better and include a ton more ideas. I have a lot of them. I'm not a homeowner, so I haven't kept up with what's available in this space. When did Amazon get into this? How long have you been on it? I'm sure that in all my years in school, nobody ever mentioned that vacuuming trees could be a way to make a living. I believe launched in 2014 but they still haven't really marketed it and brought it out to the public. As their marketplace grows with products, the need for installation grows with a wide range of products they sell. Knowing Amazon and experiencing selling the service firsthand, they are providing a customer experience beyond any current company. Selling services on their platform in the future is going to be what selling products was a couple of years ago. Thanks, Argin. Very cool to get in on the ground floor and learn about it now. I was looking around my town the other day and came across the local mortuary and thought, who wants to do that? And instantly thought it could be fast-laned with a franchise model. Or a local cemetery or funeral chapel. Just think of all the wonderful meat you'll meet just never talk to. This is already being done. The Neptune Society sells a prepaid cremation service that is fulfilled by a network of local mortuaries. Does anyone have any tips on how to research a local market to narrow down what service business is most likely to have a need and potential for growth? This would help focus on an industry and maybe some sort of product that can help further fill that need in the industry. If you search on Google or Google Maps you can see some results, but how would you know specifically without putting in money that something is worth pursuing? Of course there will be competition, but is there such thing as too much competition or saturation to enter? This is only me personally. I'm sure others look at it totally different. I could care less about what others are doing in a service market. As I've said before, I was charging 50 a square foot for carpet cleaning when the highest other company within a few states was charging 32 C. I actually had to hire a second guy to help my lead guy because we were busy. I was always told that January and February would be dead. I was told to go on vacation. Well, I put a little effort into advertising for January and I'll be damned if January wasn't my busiest month for that year. What service are you wanting to offer and where? I mean, if you want to offer an oddball service like teaching frogs to walk instead of hop, probably not going to get much business. Scaling is the hardest part for people. They get caught up in working in the business instead of working on the business. I did that at first. Here is how I do anything, even when I was broke. I wake up and if my gut feels good about it, let's do it. I'd rather spend time to see if I can make something work rather than spend time doing research that really doesn't tell me much anyway. I can make almost anything work if I really want to. Almost. You just need to make sure you have a large enough customer base. I like at least a few 100,000, but that's just me. Now there's a sidewalk business. You definitely don't want the little guys out in the fast lane. Wow, awesome words again. Eye-opener. You are so right. The guy you're referring to did an interview on Side Hustle Nation episode 266. I thought it was very eye-opening. I even bought the guy's book, which wasn't so informative. Just curious, but do you have your plumber's license? Or did you start the business and hire someone with a license to legally operate? Are you doing Google local service ads as well? If so, how's that working for you? I see you're big into e-commerce as well as distribution. Any other businesses you're running? Which of your different businesses would you say is your most profitable? I love it by itself. It's basic and ordinary. You young, startup crazy whippersnappers want something so high profile and instantly viral. My businesses aren't viral, but they help a specific type of person by providing a quality solution, over and over again. Multiply a small, quaint, and profitable business by 10 and you've got a diversified, multi-million-dollar portfolio. You would think these 10 companies would dominate his time. Not so. He spends his time sailing around the world with his wife and family in one of his sailboats, the Zephyr or the Whispering Eye. Wow. I just have to say this thread is exactly what I was looking for. Normally I just browse Reddit and other sites, but this one was so good I had to create an account just to comment. I've read the first few pages and I'm going to dive into more of the site when I get a chance, but there was one industry that stood out to me on the first page or two. Construction or concrete barrier rental. This seems so simple, but after a quick search there really aren't that many companies that do it. I live in the SE, and there is always some kind of road construction going on. At the risk of sounding like a complete newbie, how in the world would you get started in this business? I would think you would need to figure out a way to get in a public bid for the next construction project. But then what? Try and win a bid, and then just purchase a ton of equipment and store it in a storage facility? The few companies I have seen online have a much larger range of offerings, which I'm sure comes after years of growing, but starting seems overwhelming. When I have some time later tonight I'm going to go back through this thread with a notebook and take a ton of notes. Johnny, if I can help in any way, I am extremely passionate about unsexy businesses, and I'd love to go through a list with you. I'd even put together the list for you if you have them scribbled down somewhere. Looking forward to reading more and contributing more on the site. So I was reading through this thread and an idea came to me. The country where I live uses a lot of cans. There are thousands of bars, restaurants in the city near me. What if I went up to each bar and offered them 1% and left them with a plastic bin and asked them to put the cans in it, and once a week I would take it away for them? Also, I could tell them instead of 1% that I am donating 10 to 20% to a local charity. Animal charity would be one I would like to donate to. 1,000 businesses. 100 cans a day equals 500 cans a week. 1,000 by 500 equals 50,000 cans a week. 52 weeks x 50,000 cans equals 26 million, or 70,000 cans per ton equals 371 tons. 371 tons x 0.40 or kilo equals 150,000 revenue. A welding or fab shop run by business-savvy people relying on the greybeards to create good quotes and schedules. I personally think this thread should be gold if not notable. Sent from my iPhone using TaperTalk. Just FYI, one of my previously failed business ventures was something related to this. You cannot do what you suggested because the IRS or DOL Department of Labor requires employers to classify them as W-2 employees. Home Hero, a startup that crashed back in early 2016, ran into the exact problem. I would strongly advise all entrepreneurs to look into regulations or laws before jumping into an idea. My grandparents did this, and it worked out pretty well for them. They were also the only service in town for it. Plus, with profits, you could expand to other towns as well, make a chain of them. Home or business staging is something I see on real estate websites. When I type in my area plus home staging in Google, there's not many people doing it who have a website. Those who do, mostly have crap websites and they operate as individuals instead of as a team, which means they can't scale. This could be a big business or a nice side hustle. Maybe an upgrade service for realtors. Not sure I'd call it unsexy, but at least it's not digital. You'd need to network and advertise. Once you get it going, you could become the go-to business for staging services. Home staging, showroom staging, business displays, wedding setup. Just some ideas that might work with this type of business. I don't have any experience in this area though. Alright, here's one of the most unsexy businesses ever, but is highly lucrative. This is what I've been doing for the past week. Every hog or dairy operation is to get rid of their manure, so every fall they hire out guys to spread the manure on the fields. At minimum, they get $55 per acre, and you spread 100 to 150 acres per day for 2 months. That's so. Does it fit? Yep. You own the business totally. Lots of hog and dairy operations to choose from. Yes, you need to have $60,000 worth of manure pumping or hauling equipment to get started. Hell yes, there is always a shortage of custom manure applicators, and if you are reliable, you can create a monopoly in your area. Yes, you can hire employees to do this. It isn't difficult, though it may be difficult to find good employees. Yep, you could buy additional tankers and pumps and expand. Yes, it's a nasty, smelly job. But that's the beauty of it, no one wants to do it. And you can minimize the nastiness by buying a remote control pump so you wouldn't even have to get out of the tractor. As someone who has spread a lot of shit literally in my life, and I'm very familiar with this industry, there is definitely opportunity here. This company owns every concrete barrier I've ever seen in the Boston metro area. Every single one. Granted, they do a large amount of road work here. There are various other companies doing road work using J.D. Runzo barriers. So they are either being subcontracted out to, or leasing to other companies. Just food for thought. Why do you have almost no web presence for 3 of your 4 businesses? This is outside of my paradigm, and I'm just curious to learn. Would it not make a difference in your sales and customers finding you to have a good web presence? On the topic of unsexy businesses, I recently saw a YouTube video by the channel Edutainment that threw out there the idea of disrupting the restaurant industry by having a sort of Uber Eats concept, except a chef would come to your home, prepare a meal, and clean up afterwards. With the easy availability of meal kits from places like Blue Apron, it wouldn't be hard at all for someone to set this up. How would you actually get started in this though? You aren't going to plunk down $60,000 just to go out and get your first customer. There are plenty of farms near me and I hadn't even considered this. I'm curious, could this be done with human capital or without investing so much monetary capital at first? I'm mainly city-based, but there are some rural cities within 100 miles of me. Well, you could rent the minimum of 2 tractors that you'd need, one for the pumping, and one for the hauling. You could rent the pump, which is what we do, $250 a day. We own a tanker, so I'm not really sure, but you could probably rent that as well. If you did choose to rent this stuff, you'd have to go balls to the walls for finishing the job as quickly as possible. That's the thing with this particular task. It has a pretty good-sized barrier to entry, which keeps the prices nice and high, and a lot of the competition away. Are you knifing the manure in the ground with a custom applicator as well, or just spreading it? Don't farmers do this? What do they need someone else for? Typically larger operations hire out the pumping of their pits or have a separate business division that does it. On smaller farms that are not intensive like mine, we do it ourselves. We're just spreading it at the moment. Our gauges weren't working right on our tanker, so we couldn't tell if the tank was empty or not when we were knifing it in. Now we are able to see it stop when we spread it. It's on our own land that we spread it, so it isn't as big of a deal to have to make a second pass later to work it in. Hopefully the neighbors don't mind the extra smell too much. Lol. Are you dealing with the integrator owner of the animals or the individual growers? I'm guessing you can probably get a lot of business if you get a recommendation from the integrator. Yeah? We're dealing directly with the owners. They have hog operations throughout the Midwest, so we're hoping to maybe eventually be their exclusive haulers if they knew that we only hauled out of their sites only, to avoid cross-contamination and whatnot. We're just helping with the one operation located near us now. But, one baby step at a time. Lol. If you develop good SOPs with a focus on biosecurity, you could probably scale up quickly. Good luck. I remember reading some time ago in a Brazilian news site that a construction worker found out that construction companies wasted time and material building toilets for the workers and deposits for tools when they started to work on a construction site. After finishing the building, they would demolish those toilets and deposits. The construction worker then came up with a solution, and started a container rental business that serves construction companies in need of toilets and deposits. After some time, he expanded his business into a successful franchise. I think it's a pretty interesting fast lane story. I don't know if you could scale it or not, but buy some key fobs and learn to program them for each type of vehicle. Advertise on Facebook and all the other social media places. Might be just some extra cash or maybe a business, I don't know. The reason it came to mind is we bought a new van to travel and we want an extra fob. I'm told there is a guy at a very large weekly flea market in our area that stays busy every weekend selling these. Still thinking along lines of waste, anyone tried a septic tank cleaning or pumping business? Living in a rural area, there are plenty of tanks out here. Hello ZCP, I'm a welder myself and have the skills to fabricate and weld just about anything. What do you think would be an area to focus on if you were to build a business that was focused on just fabrication or welding? This is something I have put some thought into, however I do think the market for repairs is small in my state. However, I am not sure how it would work with fabrication. I live in New England. Any tips you have or suggestions would be appreciated. Hey. Here is a thought: find an existing shop even if you have to change location that has older ownership. Come in being clear that you want to eventually buy them out and have them teach you all they can about business. That may not be how it turns out in the end, and you will learn a hell of a lot about how to run and how to ruin a business. Get AISC, AWS, BPVC certified. Get titanium, exotic materials cert. Look for shops that have a U or A stamp and work your way in and eventually take over, buy them out, or become their competitor. A little Machiavellian in nature, but it is an interesting way to get introduced into the fabrication business, especially with the fact that my current employer has millions of dollars worth of contracts subcontracted so they can focus on larger ventures. I like it. Appreciate it ZCP. Teaching elderly how to use computers and mobile devices. That's a huge opportunity that nobody takes care of. They also pay good amounts and these people are lonely more often than not. So you get the opportunity to hear and listen at stories and tales from their life. I've toyed with this one several times. I find myself always helping my parents, mother-in-law and brother-in-law with computer and phone issues. 3 things always trip me up. 1. How would you charge? Is someone hiring you to go help someone else, or is the person in need hiring you? If it's the person in need, they may need a very basic form of payment, check instead of PayPal or Stripe. 2. How to scale? I am assuming you would want people that are tech-savvy themselves, which could possibly be college kids on breaks or young adults right out of school. If you are invited to someone's home with access to their personal computer, there is a lot of trust there. 3. How to do this with a full-time job. I currently work a 40 to 50 hour a week job and am the main provider for our family. Is this a business that you would want someone to come to your house at night or on the weekends? I have always been good at helping people with technology or networking issues, but just not sure how to turn that into something that makes disclaimer. I'm on page 238 of and haven't gotten through it all yet. but I'm on my way. I'll do my best with considering I haven't read and I just started chapter 1 in. First of all, payment. You need to bring some pre-printed receipts with some beautiful letterhead and everything. You have them sign them and accept cash payment. For safety, since you don't have carbon copy paper, you take a picture of it and upload it to a specific folder made for payment receipts. Trust and safety issue, I think it's the biggest problem. It has to be treated like it would be in an IT support shop, where people leave you their device with their username and password most of the time. A lot of people could easily abuse the customer's privacy when accessing the computer or device. I never ran a business of this kind, but I worked for a few of them and I've never been told not to do illegal stuff, as it is usually implied when somebody hires you. You cannot prevent criminal actions from somebody else. If somebody you hire is a thief that has never been caught, you can't find out until it's too late. Most of us have moral values, but some don't. The best way to make sure the person you hire does a decent job would be to make a guide on how to operate on someone else's device. Of course, things to teach will differ for each customer, but the general guidelines could be: teach what physical buttons do, teach operating system's main actions, start menu, what is a taskbar, etc. Teach web browsing fundamentals. You could also sell another product to those person, which is a monthly maintenance of their devices. $49 or $59 or more, with the possibility to opt out at any time. Anyone do fence repair? Last time a bad storm came through, several of our fence panels came down. We put in a work order to have them fixed. Cost like $160 and the guy came out and did it in about half an hour. I also saw a bunch of neighboring houses with fence panels down too. I don't know what these guys do for work the rest of the time. Maybe fence installation if I had to guess. Or maybe fence repair is enough. Either way, seems like it could be a good offline business. Here's an unsexy business opportunity I just came across. I would like to see a platform created where a company that wants to do a podcast can come to one place and easily buy the rights that it needs to include specific songs in its programming. Apparently, there is no easy way for people who run podcasts to play music on their podcast. There is a company set up to offer a blanket license for music streaming services like Pandora, but they specifically do not cover podcasts. If you were the single source on the internet who had figured out how to get podcasters to pay you for the license for any music they ever play, I can see this being very lucrative. However, the legalities seem convoluted and complicated, even to the lawyers, so I don't know if this is a problem that would cost more to solve it than it would bring in. If one does not mind being a manager, then it's fine. The reason many people get into an online business is less management, less human resources which take up more time and effort. It's easier to deal with a machine that works constantly and needs occasional tuning up. It's tricky to deal with people that come with fickle emotions. And what I have been thinking about for the past half-decade is vending products that are not normally associated with vending machines, and learning what the educational curve would be for consumers to search said products, specifically skin or body or personal care products, outside of the traditional gas station restroom setup. At the park near downtown Omaha, they have I think 2 or 3 machines that are basically a little store. About everything a convenience store has in them. I'm not sure how well they do. I have been wondering about this. I know, for example, that in order to host your podcast on Libsyn and having it published on Spotify, you got to have all your content. However, I have been listening to the Tropical MBA podcast recently and they have all these famous song snippets in there. Not sure how they do it. In the past, I heard about, but not sure what kind of music they have in there. It's a mess indeed. I remember having to pay for a podcast intro music license $4 per year because the basic license covers only a certain amount of episodes or has to be renewed per year. I think it would cost more to solve than it would bring it. Podcasters usually pay somebody to custom create it for them with a full buyout or use these pay monthly, use forever type of music services. Might be wrong though. Dude, what? This is an amazing idea. You should spend all day tomorrow figuring it out. I'll give it a shot right now. Here's one: tampons at music festivals. The key thing is matching the place with the product. There was this kid who killed it with medical supplies in vending machines at theme parks. The need in a place like that is urgent and staff are hopelessly swamped with their duties. So, urgent need, crowded place, insufficient staff. How about computerized vending machines that give pain meds to registered patients with ID cards in hospitals? Limited supply by prescription, like only enabling one dose every 4 hours. Best not malfunction though. What are other urgent needs? Clean underwear in a bad food market? Ha ha ha. What about appealing to vanity? Where our people are most likely to have a wardrobe or cosmetic malfunction, and be most concerned about their appearance? Do we have any overlaps? Based on what those answers are, what product can meet that need from a vending machine? Off the top of my head. Out at a bar, at a restaurant. For that matter, anywhere near food or beverages and drunk people at the same time. Or anytime somebody is emotional and wearing makeup. Be any important event accompanied by peers, family, colleagues, etc. Weddings spring to mind. Birthday parties, speeches, etc. Okay, so the first need that jumped out to me is women who cry at weddings and ruin their makeup. There are probably better ways to go. I don't think vending machines have exhausted their potential. Personally, I'd love if they stocked nootropics and amphetamines, but society might not be there yet. Ha ha ha. Got a few more duck farming delicatessen pork rinds made from acorn-fed organic yada yada? You get the idea. Charge whatever you want, no one else is doing it. In my area, this company is completely dominating the self-storage game. They own close to 75% of the market, if not more. They're currently expanding and on their way to become a billion-dollar company. They've mastered the customer experience. Oh, I got a good one. Listen to this joke and you will see what I'm talking about at the end. The guy made $898 profit. Couldn't find this already posted with the CA function, but renting and cleaning out portable toilets, porta potties. NIMAG had a recent long form about this subject. Quite lucrative in the right area, dense cities or cities with lots of events. Also you can niche down and sell apparently highfalutin Beverly Hills luxury porta potties to wedding and things for $3K a night. I have a friend who runs a mosquito spray service here in Florida. During the winter they decorate or undecorate your house for the holidays. Tissue machines at funeral homes. I'm going to hell. The more I think about it and read both threads on the topic, the biggest barrier is entry. I think we could all crush it on the customer service or technology side, as well as business practices to scale. It's the initial investment of equipment that most of the services would require that makes it difficult. Maybe these people just watch Craigslist and local Facebook marketplace to see some piece of equipment that goes on sale, and then that's the business they run. Go on and search for vending machines. There are high-tech ones where you can get a freshly baked pizza in 3 minutes. Apparently fresh food is becoming more popular. Meats etc. And for example, if they are asking $10,000 for it, ask if they still have the item. This gets the conversation going. Then tell them that you wish them luck in selling it, and if you had more money, you would buy it, but you only have $3,700. They might counter, or they might say okay, see ya. Then in 4 to 8 days, tell them that you've been thinking a lot about this and as wondering what the lowest price they would take. Let's say they come back with $9,000. Tell them okay, thank you, I can probably round up $5,000 right now, but I'll keep trying. Now let another week go by. If they still have it, that means no one is wanting to pay their price. But now you aren't just someone that is shooting them a price. They kinda email or text know you now. Now tell them you've come up with $6,000, are they willing to go down any? And just keep working it. Ernman, is your friend's name George? Fencing is a very hard business, but the money is insanely good if you can get through the initial struggles. I have several close friends with fence installation companies and I dabble in it as well on the side. $160 is a pretty cheap repair fix. I typically won't send a crew out for anything fence related if it doesn't meet a $500 minimum. Repairs are okay money, but fence installation is where the money is at. As the installation company, an average job is $5,000 to $3,000 profit and takes less than a day to do. There are two problems though: 1, being big enough to get a steady stream of clientele, and 2, if you don't pay your crew well, they will without a doubt quit pretty quickly because the work is tough. The big installation companies subcontract out all of the installation process to small fence companies though. They make their money off the material, buy it in huge quantities for pennies, then sell it at retail and let the subcontractors deal with all of the headaches of installation. Big companies typically have over 20 subcontractors installing for them, and they give all the subcontractors discounts when they buy fence material from them as well. So where do all of these guys go to buy material for their other jobs? Yep, to them. I'm in contact or a bunch of independent contractors and PPL who do fence repairs and much more on the side. 50% of them are employees, but they also do their own work on the side. I'm in progress of trying to work with them and bring them more customers for free. Just looked out of my kitchen window and saw a guy collecting his dog's poo from the ground. Does anyone do dog poo collecting for business? This thread is great, made me think of some industries and opportunities in a totally different way. The equestrian circuit is an ideal market for high-end porta potties. Seems like the people making money in vending aren't the route holders, but the business is selling the opportunity. Picks and shovels for the prospectors. There's a chimney sweeping business in my city called Ash Wipers. They do quite well. Imagine the pain in as to hiring people to do that unless you create a scalable process. Ditto on micro. Just watched an episode of American Greed about a guy who did this the wrong way, Kenny Chapman. My friend went to grooming school out of the blue, started a mobile pet grooming biz in a custom truck, 2 to 3 years ago. She is now on her 6th truck, killing it. She's also a single mom with 4 kids. Adding this to the list. How about a company that specializes in death cleanups? Inventorying, then packing, then maybe selling the goods? I posted this in the half-baked ideas thread, but it might not be that half-baked after all. There are some significant value skews there, namely you're sparing someone some significant emotional turmoil. Would require a serious commitment and some logistical obstacles to iron out. Interesting idea. My only real hobby is scrapping. I collect old electronics, computers, etc. and break them down to recyclable components, or scrap to sell. Many scrappers will try to resell items first to get greater value. When I was actively pursuing my hobby, I'd frequently go to estate sales. Some of these were essentially death cleanups. One or more of the parents passed away and everything had to go. There's a cottage industry here running these estate sales. Not my cup of tea, but a viable idea. For those looking for rental ideas, check any big industry rental equipment website. Equipment, party plumbing, party equipment, etc. The website will tell you everything they offer, which indirectly tells you what is probably worth offering. You don't need to compete with these guys. Pick any one item of the hundreds they offer and you could probably build a business around that one thing, like fencing rentals, and expand your service when you have the capital and customers to do so. Seems like you could also do well with rentals if you target specific industries. Plumbing, HVAC, restaurant, lawn care, etc. Casket rental. Wow! This thread is unbelievable. I actually want to go and buy a casket right now. What about those storage boxes? You can buy them, drop them at people's houses as a rental to keep their belongings in while they renovate or even move. Like pods. A couple of local guys started luxury watch rental. Pretty cool concept. Not if you own the business offering the services. Think in the fast lane, bro. For example, you get some high school or unemployed kid to train on how to do it and you work on the clientele. They do the work, you pay them wages and you keep the rest to expand and grow the business. Few years you'll have a big business. Actually, 11 James seems out of business. Having read books like One Up on Wall Street where Peter Lynch dives extensively into the concept of boring businesses, I've considered boring businesses, but I personally get lost on how to even get started. I can build a website, and have money-making skills like copywriting, but wouldn't know how to get started with a janitorial service. But I see the tremendous value. I have so many questions though. Where would I start a bamboo farm? Do I have to move out of country or state? What if my first crop fails? How do you even get into bread making? Do I have to purchase a huge factory to make the bread or just lease one? Then I have to get the package manufacturing. Biotech lab? How is this boring? That's a hot business. Either way, after thinking more about this thread, I don't think that people won't start boring businesses, at least today. They just don't know how. Just about every millennial and younger knows how to create and grow on social media, handle video production, editing, build websites, and probably even graphic design. But the skills to create any of the boring businesses does not seem to be as profitable in the sense of startup costs, plus time costs, not just hard work. So I guess in summary, my hypothesis is that those boring businesses aren't unpopular because they're boring or unsexy. But maybe because the skills gap or the barriers to entry is much higher. It also doesn't help when all of the major influences of our generation consists of tech entrepreneurs: Musk, Bezos, Zuckerberg, Gates, etc. Maybe that is a discussion for a different thread though? But to get back to the purpose of this thread specifically, amazing and wonderful ideas. There is no lack of ideas. Just those passionate enough to execute. For many of the ideas that I mentioned, this is a very fair criticism. For example, I have a lot of family members in skilled trades. And while it is very possible to become a millionaire running an electrical company, it could unfortunately take 10 years or longer to build it up to that point. All of this being said, if you can't pass the barrier of entry, is there a way you could still help people in the industry? Think about the guy selling electrical supplies. Or the guy that is importing bamboo or bamboo seeds. Or the guy who is selling weird chemicals to cosmetic companies. The apartment complex where I live requires the tenants to professionally clean the carpets before they leave, and you have to show them the recipe. I think they get a kickback from the carpet guy. I called to make appointment, he was busy, I had to wait 4 days for him to come. I didn't have pets, he came with his van, and steamed the carpet, and cleaned it within 15 minutes. I paid $120 cash. I had to ask him if he is buys and making money. He said always buys, and he makes 6 to 8K per job sometime, if he have to clean blood after crimes. Carpet cleaning is common. How could you differentiate to make your unique? Very tough to outmarket the carpet cleaning guys. They practically invented guerrilla marketing. And it's a tough race to the bottom, kind of like commercial cleaning. Not to mention, there is less and less square foot of carpet in America every day. Especially at apartment buildings. They are all putting in very cheap types of hard flooring. I asked CPL people in this business, they told me there is the carpet cleaning guy. And there is the professional carpet tech like the guy who came to me, with truck mount van, equipped with carpet cleaning, and tile cleaning, and pressure washing, and upholstery cleaning equipments. All inside the van. One owner told me each van make 15,000 a year, cleaning supplies only 6%. Your biggest overhead is marketing, and the van driver if you are not doing it by yourself. LOL that you've got a chip on your shoulder against those goddamn blacks, eh? It's their fault you're a loser, LOL. Show us your statistic that prove that majority of government contracts go to blacks. Someone should have banned your day to worker contract as a long time ago. I had made an offer, but as soon as I do it, someone will get their feelings hurt because they know better than I do. What I can do for under $1,000 they want to do it with $150,000 and think they are a professional, if that's what some want to think. Go ahead. But just remember, when you are spending that $150,000, I spent under $1,000 to make probably more profit per job and my guys never broke a sweat. Example, my friend in Kansas City wanted a contract with the movie theater there. They told him no because he didn't have a truck mount. So, he took his portable unit out to his van, strapped it in, went back, ran the hose out the door. They thought it was a truck mount and hired him. Never complained about a thing and said he did a great job. Now, 150,000 van? 150,000 is what each van make a year according to him. Making $150K a year, charging customers $120 to $300 per job depending on the size sounds right. Now I see why some of these guys mount van with more expensive equipment to knock out 4 to 8 jobs per day fast. For the results I don't know carpet cleaning. But I know, and seen the carpet look brand new, and free of stains after the 15 minutes work he done. Go ahead. Give it a shot. Grim, but a great idea. I personally wouldn't want my family to be stuck paying for an expensive chunk of useless wood, and I always hear people say just buy me the cheapest pine box you can find if it comes to that, lol. I will have to work for someone first. I have zero knowledge about carpet cleaning. The elderly is a mixed bag. Here in KC you can go independent living for $750 a month all the way to $4,000 a month. My mortgage is the first number. I believe the answer lies in the fact there are those who have money to pay for services. If your why is to help those who can't pay for basic needs, then help lots of folks who can pay so you can help the less fortunate. I send my mom money every month. No much, but it pays the taxes on the house my sister and I got for her. This allows her to use what savings she has and her social security to get along okay. I could not do that without income. Quote equals Micro was in an amazing video based on this topic, or quote I'm trying to work up a parable that was probably already written. Something like it's better to have passion for the work you are doing than looking for work that's your passion. No worries, it's come to me someday. Micro is the man. Along the same lines, what are some unsexy products that companies or people have to buy but don't want to? Rogaine Head and Shoulders nose hair trimmers, back shavers, man wipes, heard it from a friend, hemorrhoid creme, antifungal jock. Feet, vaginal, intestinal and anywhere else it appears hair removal products, legal services, adult diapers, diabetes equipment, bug control products, indoor outdoor mole or vole or gopher control, rain cleaner, propane refills, liability insurance. I like that you threw that one in there, lol. It does seem apropos, ha ha ha. Saw this post while revisiting this thread. A very interesting comment. Without having done any other research, I'd be inclined to agree. Not only do some not know how to start, but I've seen where some don't know how to keep an established company running or go to the next level. A friend of mine owns his own company making an interesting product. He's done well over the years and intended to pass it down to his son. All his son wants to do is manage the social media and advertising, not learn how to run the biz. Admittedly, this is one isolated example and I hope not representative. This morning I reverse engineered the search process. Came across several good ideas. Maybe some of you can use the process to come up with less conventional ideas to run with. 1. Go to Google. 2. Search for bid on government jobs in town name bid on government jobs in Los Angeles. 3. Look through the contracts posted. Doing this I came across things I've never seen before. For instance, sludge harrowing services, pool chemicals, manhole casting replacement, street resurfacing, park bridge replacement, air filtration or exhaust removal system, 4th of July fireworks display, city tree pruning, park lot and trail sealing. Each city has their own contracts that are open for bid. So you just need to pick a city and then figure out where they list their bid projects. It's easy to figure it out on Google. This will lead you to ideas for unsexy service businesses and also possibly B2G or B2B product ideas. Brilliant Lex. If nothing else, it should be interesting to investigate. While most government bids are lowest price and usually have advantage to socioeconomically disadvantaged small businesses, you're not suggesting bidding on the jobs but using this as a tool to find businesses to start. It's a need identification tool for unsexy biz. You have this correct. Being a former nurse aide, I know how much money they dish out for private care, medications, and those who don't have wealth are the ones who will suffer the most. 2 quick questions. Forgive me if they've been addressed already. Any unsexy business ideas that have little starting overhead expenses and little legal hurdles? Also, are there any unsexy business ideas that are digital, or are we looking at anything on the internet as being sexy? We wouldn't have to forgive you if you just took the time to read the thread like everyone else. Answers for both of your questions are in the previous 10 pages. Very true. I shall take more time to read the thread carefully in its entirety. Interesting. In doing this I just came upon a giant list in my area of every company that bid on some work and is a hauler. Makes me wonder, has anyone done any work to help those types of companies? A shovel situation? Other than just offering a website, I'd rather do something with more substance. I can't get over this nagging feeling that all of these companies have absolutely terrible customer service, but I don't think the answer is just launching another third-party call center. So have you went to work for someone cleaning carpet yet? If so, how is it going? Just recently stumbled upon in boring business. Since we're living in very dense populated area and parking space is almost always an issue, especially for caravans and motorhomes, some guy around is renting old factory space for quite low prices per square meter and is renting them out as permanent parking spaces to caravan and motorhome owners, which we have quite a lot around here. He provides basic stuff like electricity, security cameras, old water disposal, sometimes a place to wash the vehicles in case they're standing outside. Basic costs per square meter might be 4-5 euros, and with the monthly rental he's taking in around 7-8 euros per square meter and location, if booked full, which is the case mostly. There's not much staff needed to run these places either. Thought I'd share. I knew a pothead couple that used to do this. They'd rent places with big yards and essentially fund their rentals with these little underground doggy daycare businesses. It was both brilliant and baffling. Is anyone doing an Airbnb for campers, caravans, and motorhomes? There are thousands of these things sitting on lots waiting for their annual 3-week trip, if that. Dives me nuts that much capital is sitting on a lot for $50 a month. I am in Singapore. The huge opportunity for young business people here, which I believe applies for US, as well as to take over the business of baby boomers who have no successors. It is huge. Almost all of them are in the unsexy business fields. Why on earth would you want to start a business from scratch and in the best case make you 8-10K a month 2 years later, when you can learn the rope from a mentor who is not short of money and wants the business to have a successor largely for legacy and emotional reason, and you can take over a business that is currently making 20K a month? Traditional business: wholesale and distributing of B2B industrial products. Lots of small shops in industrial parks, funeral business, lots of money with aging population. My corp banking friend says these businesses are the largest pile of cash in their rook. Construction or raw materials, self-employed salespeople in real estate, insurance and stocks brokers who want to pad their client base to a young person, many more I believe. The common thing is their children have zero interest in the business. They are looking for successors for non-monetary reasons mainly. They want to be responsible to their clients. They want to see their handwork and legacy not going to waste. They want to groom a hungry young man or woman. Their business is too small to generate interest to the private equity community. You are their only chance. Young people should be pitching to them insanely. But what I am seeing is the reverse. These old folks are looking for young people they can trust but keep getting ignored. Crazy. Unbelievable. I had thought about this about 15 years ago and had inquired a little about it, and then, oh look, a squirrel. I must have went on to something else. I do think about it every time I pass by a lot loaded with them waiting on their yearly 2-week trip. I'm putting this on my calendar for next year. I'm full up this year. Well, there are several for Europe, like Yes Carper, Paul Camper, Go Booney or Share a Camper in Australia or New Zealand. Campandu is operating in Europe and the US and is providing commercial and private contracts. I've thought about it here in Germany. And did the maths. When you have a place with a roof already, then it's a deal. But if you have to build one first, it can barely bring you money. And, hard to scale. I don't normally sign up for forums, but this one is an exception, and so I did. Lots of great ideas, wish the momentum keeps up and we compile a bigger list. Here's what I have gathered and thought will never see the light, but here it is for taking. List of businesses to start. Some are blue collar and some are grey and white, but most are boring like hell. Environmental, industrial processing, cleaning, manufacturing equipment, snow plowing business, parking lot resurfacing, horse cremation service and other animals, exotic fruits from around the world. Import first, find what's needed, then import. Hail damage restoration, paintless dent removal, a skill that will take time to hone. Semi-truck engine oil, filters, and parts business. Broker 10% commission for doing nothing, I mean zilch. Home heating oil delivery business, tie up with another seasonal one. CRM consultation services for small businesses, rents the traffic barrels to the state. Someone covered this already here. Grease vent cleaning, I almost bought but the seller went me a scrapyard. Buy $200 totaled car or separate and sell parts on eBay as used. Filling 1099s, $10 a piece for real estate attorneys etc. Headlight removal, $150,000 easy but needs some licensing. Scaffolding equipment rental, pretty much any rental. Wired work but capex intensive. Integrated distributor specific consumable product. Child care centers, non-profit donation and making money. Industrial supplies, B2B self-storage, private label supplements and cosmetics. Billion-dollar fragmented industry is the key. Weight loss, supplements and anti-aging cream etc. Curtain walls, to dust polluting spaces, partition for cleaning and spray paint. Touch-up shops, worm farm, lease tracking services, insurance risk management. Manufacture bulletproof products, anti-gun products, cannabis accessories, CBD etc. It's a new industry, so providing tools for them. Equipment rental, landscaping and construction. Merchant cash advance, use banks for lead sources. Cock filling a gap. What's too small for wholesale and too big for retail. Lots renting anything. When the market is unsure, piano renting. IT support for small biz, markup on all gadgets sold and installation money too. power washing, two-man crew, home, office etc. But pick a niche: power washing, semi-trailer, recurring revenue ISP, internet service provider, recurring revenue wireless ISP, cheaper to start: pool cleaning, grow by buying accounts, consumer packaged goods FMCG, repeat customers for consumables, durable medical equipment, high margin recurring Medicare products. Finding the right product is key: lead gen, affiliate marketing, find a niche, recession resistant, teach your trade, niche education, subscription business, $100 or month, find a lending partner and make them a loan to small biz, give better rates than sharks, industrial coating, high performance coating, industrial or construction or niche, trailer park, MHP, chain link fence, rental fence company. Make money of material and installation, mold removal. The idea is simple. Take a mundane or boring or unsexy or crappy business and do the following one: answer the calls 9 or 10, competition is not doing it, 2 schedule and show up on time, preferable in a near vehicle, dress clean cut, 3 price your service 15 to 30% above 70% of your competition, 4 provide guarantees and live up to it. Or fill a market gap, where yours is the only solution, and give a crappier service. You'll have a business, albeit with pissed off customers. The question you must be asking is, what are you disrupting today? Either way you'll ensure success. But you can't take crappier business and give crappier service. I contracted with a painter some time back. He has no website and there is nowhere to be found. He was relying on GCs and other painting company to give him work. He was a sub 100%. He has $0 marketing and no knowledge. I told him I will give him business and he would pay me 10% of gross. I put a tracking number using Twilio very cheap, and routed the phone to him. I bought a domain, installed WP, and put in a site and did some SEO a weekend and a few places where I can advertise on the cheap. All in all, I spent 20 hours and maybe $50. He gets a few calls a week, and he closes 2 to 4 jobs a month. Jobs are between $1,000 minus $3,000 on average. I get $100 to $300. Since I track and record, I can ask what happened on each of it. I don't micromanage, but he knows I know everything. I make between $700 and $1,600 consistently every month. I spend $50 to $100 a month on marketing. At this time I want to do more SEO and get paid for free, but I'm lazy and don't really know local SEO that well. Now, here is the key thing. I spend $100 and less than 2 hours a month and make $1,000. Anyone can do this. And in fact, if you can find 5 different trades or 2 different cities, you are sitting on 10 grand, and that 10 to 20 hours of work a month. Taking action sets you apart, and calling people and spending the first 20 hours in setting things up. This is something any of you who are white guys in the USA, like me, should keep in mind, and not just those who want to sell to the government. I hired a business consultant who advised me against starting a carpet cleaning business because companies who hire minority-owned or woman-owned businesses get tax breaks for doing so. I'd be at a constant disadvantage. It's systemic racism. I was on a quest to find more, and I found this list put by someone online and I lifted it. But it does belong here. For you taking. There are repeats, but I didn't care to reconcile. Now, guys, each of these have the potential to become a 7-figure pretty soon, if you have 1. Good customer service, and 2. Quality service, 3. Answer phones or follow up, and 4. Have systems and automate what can be. Home services, vehicle services, event or seasonal services, personal care, trades or construction, business services, real estate transactions, super niche services, retail or hospitality, niche carpentry. Some time ago I reviewed this. I have a business that is in interior decoration, specifically drywall construction, The truth is that if there is a lot of demand, I have been in this service business for more than 8 years and so far I have earned money, but it has always been a self-employment. I have not been able to climb it yet, and now I have worn out and I have no motivation to continue with this business. My desire is to build an internet-based business. The truth is that I am at a crossroads right now. For those who want to grow a service business, there is a mentor that I have seen that is very good, Howard Patridge. His book, 7 Secrets to a Phenomenal Business. I totally agree. And I'm into the kind of stuff that's on your list. But none of the items on your list are sexy or fit into 4 hours per week. They're more like long, hard and dirty work. And your list of businesses must be built up over the long haul. There's nothing there that is instant or easy. It's all real life and these ideas work. People can find success if they are willing to do the work and build these businesses. Like I tell people, I building and operate my businesses so I can buy investments. Why don't you give the 7 secrets a shot and see if you can really make a business out of what you have? Thanks for your encouragement. I will have to analyze a little and weigh things. The other thing that I intend to do is that this business can serve me to give me enough income to build a business that complies with the commandments of. It's that time of year again. It's the same way with chicken manure. I almost bought a production chicken farm that ran in 6-week cycles. They take up the grates under the chickens every 3rd group of chickens that they raise. The manure is then spread on their pastures for grazing beef cattle. Seriously? Now you got me thinking. How do I get started? Seriously. What kinda setup are we talking for $60G? Is there a way I can rent the rig to get this job done? Want to see if this work? I get it. Finding the right crew to deal with the !T is probably the hurdle, not so much as $60,000 investment. Any guidance here? If I was really interested, I find someone doing that job, and offer to help him, even if I help for free. It's amazing what you can learn in a short time. Also, it's the contacts that you make. There must be people supplying and repairing the equipment to the people doing the work. There's also the guys who have the piles of manure. They'd know the different companies that deal with its disposal. There are several different ways to collect data. There is huge opportunity in the unsexy businesses. I got to the 6-figure earning level in pest control in my early 20s, blue collar and not very sexy. I am currently building and opening an assisted living facility. When I tell people I am in the senior care industry, it can be a conversation killer. Haha, but nonetheless it is an industry with lots of opportunity. A lot of the people who helped bring me into the industry are already multi-millionaires. To me, there is nothing sexier than serving others and creating wealth and freedom at the same time. Others will overlook or pass on these opportunities because they don't fit what they define as sexy. It's hard to say, because this opportunity just sort of fell into my lap. I live across the road from a hog operation, but if I was just getting started in this, I would first find the hog or dairy operations. Ask them how they dispose of their manure, whether with drag hose manure application, or with tankers if the land that they apply it to is a few miles away. Ask for the farmer's name where the poop is applied. Depending on what they say about their application method, look at manure application equipment providers in your area and see how much it would cost per day to rent the equipment. For my area, the cost to rent a manure pump is $250 per day and the cost to rent a tanker is $450 per day. I don't know how much it would be to rent the 2 tractors that you would need to run the pump and the manure applicator. Ask the farmer how much he pays per acre to have the manure applied. Figure out how much per acre he applies. Figure out the price for your area on custom manure application. Maybe work for someone who does manure application already so you can learn how it works. It's hard to say for sure how to get started, because this opportunity sort of fell into my lap. Sure, That's probably how I would go about. Thanks for giving me a plan. I totally agree. I own a mobile home park for low to moderate income people. It's the only group of affordable housing in my community. I also own the only small self-service laundromat that creates a cash flow every day. People must wash their clothes sometimes. And I'm in the middle of using those cash flows to start a used car dealership in a neighboring town where we'll carry our own paper. There's nothing sexy about those businesses, but that's where the money is. Who cares about the sexy part when you're taking your money to the bank? Small apartments over here, we call them kitchenette, but I believe this word has another meaning for you. Am I right? For single occupants, tenants who works all day. As side income or market differentiation factors, we can offer laundromat, breakfast, super, meals to go for their lunch, etc. The idea is to find the right piece of land, near public transportation hubs, build the apartments and rent them. This way, kinda McDonald's way, we add value to the real estate and develop a service business to make cash flow. I love all these ideas and think this is absolutely the path to breaking out of the daily grind. I just have one issue that I can't get past. How do you start this with a full-time job? I understand that customer service is extremely important if you want to bypass any local competition. And you really need to put your head down and grind out the beginning to build processes to ramp up. But how? How can you do all this if you have a demanding 50-hour-a-week job? Is the answer to only do it on weekends? At night? I can't imagine many of these jobs would work as night service, and I don't see how you'd ever grow it enough on the weekends to justify quitting a job. I think non-sexy businesses can be a path to a lot of cash, I just don't see it. How were many of you able to do it alongside a full-time job? 1. Save your money. And save some more. Over time you can put together a pile of strutting money to fund a side business. Run lean and mean. Debt is the number one enemy of getting ahead. I think of debt like quicksand. It will bury faster than you work your way out of it. 2. Educate yourself. Explore businesses that interest you. A. Learn the lingo. Every business and skill set has its own language. You can educate yourself by reading books, watching podcasts and listening to audiobooks. I listen while I drive. I read and watch podcasts rather than watching shows on TV. The information is out there waiting for you to go dig it out and learn it. B. Find out who is doing what you might want to do. Visit them. Hang out with them. Use the lingo you are learning to ask questions. Make sure you use your ears and mouth in the proportions that God gave them to you. Listen twice as much as you talk. Ask if you can help them in your spare time for free. Tell them you just want to learn about their business. And then show up and put your shoulder into it. If you do it right, you will make friends and contacts. People naturally want to help others who help them. 3. Dream about making that transition. Write plans and notes. Keep your eyes open for that right moment. Your thoughts and deeds will tell the universe that you are worth the gamble of giving you a chance to fulfill your dreams. You will become magnetic to what you really want and have prepared to do. I said in an early post that I'm working on starting a used car sales business here in a neighboring town with a friend who has a car or truck repair business. I was just on a vacation cruise. I only got the contact information of 2 of the people I met during that trip. One of those numbers is for a lady who set up a used car selling business, and she ran it for 16 years for the business owner. She told me what software I need and how she did it. I am going to keep in touch with her as I continue to go through the startup steps. I had gone to sleep the night before we met praying to be open to opportunities. I wasn't praying specifically for that business venture, but it worked out for me that following day. I simply met a pleasant woman sitting close to me. She told me that she was retired. I asked what she used to do before she retired, And she told me all about her experience, and a lot more. The software she pointed me to is exactly what I'll need to make it all work. We also talked for a couple more conversations about the day-to-day business workings. My business background and the steps I've been taking towards setting up the new business had given me the tools to understand her information. Being prepared attracts good luck. I know that I'm the luckiest girl on the block. Consolidated lawn care company that makes the front lawn look good rather than simply cuts the grass and mow the hedges. Upper middle class people would be happy to pay extra to come home to a pretty front and backyard, as opposed to a business that just mows the lawn and trims trees. Most of the time people are happy that a lawn care company will just show up when they are supposed to. I always say that I will pay extra to edge with a real, steel blade edger, and they get here and they use the weed eater. I've had this one weed for 2 years and no one has ever touched it. At first, I used to point it out and they still didn't touch it. Now it's just a game to see who the first one that will see it and get it out of my life. I have 10 $100 bills waiting for that person. When my grandson graduates and leaves, I'm screwed because I won't have a backup mower. He doesn't know about the $1,000 bonus for the person that gets rid of that weed. Lol. I've got a few to add in. My younger brother has been learning window tinting for the last 6 to 9 months or so. So he was getting into earth-moving equipment like caterpillars, etc. The best one I probably heard of was industrial plastic shrink wrapping. When I worked on an island that was a Class A nature reserve, building a gas plant lol, every single thing shipped up there on 20, 40-foot flat tracks like open-air shipping containers had to have quite a few layers of this heavy-duty white plastic shrink wrapped around it. When construction took off, this guy and his biz in Perth, Australia, made millions. I don't agree with you. If it is not your passion or interest, it might be passion or interest on someone else. For example, some vac owners own large companies and do contracts with large firms, while some others have that truck and doesn't have enough income to pay their monthly bills. I can say web design in the eyes on many is equal to the guy who say I format PCs 10 years ago, but some web design firms have 50+ employees and make really some healthy profits. Wow, I appreciate the compliment. I can't believe it has been a year since this response. I have been scheming on revolutionizing vending for over a decade. I hate I have not pulled the trigger yet. Crazy thing is that vending business has improved from a tech point, so I am glad I have waited for the evolution, and items being vended is still a bit narrow. I am pulling the trigger this year. I believe my current business will allow me to do it. You are very, very smart. This is it. Duck farming, specifically for egg collection. Pork rinds is an old economy staple that is decades overdue for an upgrade. I have an even better idea to build on: chicken skins. A package store in my neighborhood carries chicken skins in 3 flavors. I believe the company is out of Ms. I was thinking free range, organic, modern packaging, and a larger variety of flavors, and pit them against pork skins. It helps not starting from scratch. I check the inventory every time I go to see which of the 3 is popular. I am going to pitch this to a local farmer before spring. If you can do this in a way that gives these seniors some sense of dignity and respect, you'll be set for life. What I have witnessed in these facilities should be against the law. I believe it all comes down to the staff. Much like MJ's comparison of 2 hotels in Vegas, a great staff can make up for facility shortcomings. Train and compensate your staff well and you'll have a winning facility, no matter any design shortcomings. Sorry, got off on a little rant here. I just finished rehabbing one of my mobile homes. It took a few months, a crew of men, and about $30,000 to complete the job. And we got it all fixed up and ready to rent. But, FYI, I've been collecting rent on it just about every month over the last 18 years that I've owned it, so it was time to do some major work on it. I have a lady moving into it this coming weekend. She is so excited to have a shiny clean place to provide housing for her sons. Isn't owning an asset that brings in a monthly income over years and years at least a little bit sexy? I completely agree. This is a big part of the reason I got into this business, because I saw the lack of dignity and respect at other places and believe I can create a culture and home that is different. It's all about the employees reflecting this attitude, which is why I believe that culture has to be a hugely important part of the hiring process. Came across this site today. Just curious, how has the current situation affected your service unsexy businesses? I still see a lot of landscaping businesses plugging away plenty of social distance while you are mowing, but thought services inside the house, for example plumber, would probably hurt more. Also read a thread on Entrepreneur subreddit about someone that started a concrete CL coating business. Found a company that sells kits to help you start your own CL coating business, which I thought was a bit much. My tree-biz is busy, no shortage of work. I have a good mix of residential or commercial and also subcontract for other companies, which works well. Can maintain social distancing being outdoors. Only problem is the I-9 and lockdown in UK, which will prevent me from working. My unsexy businesses are doing fine. My mobile home park, self-service laundromat and trust deeds business are all continuing. People stopped coming to the laundromat for a few days, but they must wash their clothes sometime. The patrons are waving at each other and keeping their distances from each other. I went to town yesterday to file some court papers and shop for groceries. The court clerk couldn't take money, and therefore told me to send the filing with the money to them. They had the door to the clerk's office barred off, so we shouted across the room at each other. I went straight to Walmart, bought a big envelope, then on to the post office and mailed it off. They should have it today. And life goes on. 18. Agricultural vehicles such as tractors. My dad is doing this, started being profitable after 5 or 6 years. A lot of initial investment needed. My unsexy side gig, scrapping waste and other recyclables, is not doing well. Still plenty of stuff available to pick up, but scrap prices are cratering and most of the yards are shutting down, no place to sell. Some inventory can be stockpiled, but many don't have the room for this. Like all commodities, this happens from time to time. At least this time we have an understanding of why, and it's not purely market manipulation. What is a trust deeds business? It sounds interesting. You need to know the following to make sense of what I do. Trust deeds are a lien that a lender bank puts on real property to secure a loan, sometimes incorrectly called a mortgage. Sometimes private parties carry the paper on a property they sell by creating and recording a trust deed. Other private parties loan money on real property secured by a note and trust deed, which is known in the business as hard money lending. The trust deed is the written agreement that is recorded against the title of the real property. What I do is I identify trust deeds held by private parties. I make them cash offers to buy their trust deed at a discount. They assign their interest to me. I collect the payments from the person who owns the property until I am paid off. I'm basically acting as a bank financing the property. I only buy first trust deeds, no seconds. I go through a formal escrow and I get title insurance each and every transaction. Sometimes I must foreclose and take back the property. The reason that I'm successful at this business is that I started in real estate 44 years ago. I am a licensed tree appraiser and I was a broker for 30 years. Yes, sometimes I have made mistakes, but that is rare. And I can usually make a corrective move to fix problems. My odds of making good deals on the right types of property are very high. I'm like a good bird dog. I sniff out my deals. Here's an example. I bought a trust deed 4.5 years ago on a little cabin for $15,000 cash. I have received small monthly payments. One of the owners is having problems with the other owner, so he's asked to buy my note and trust deed. The face amount currently owed, including interest, is $14,000 road, so I'm selling it to the guy for $14,000. I've made $8,000 road over the last 4.5 years from both face interest and imputed interest from this little trust deed. It's a business that takes both cash and expertise. It also takes a lot of time to run down the prospects and then contact them. I get lots of no's and then those few golden yeses. Have I told you more than you want to know? Thank you for taking the time to provide such a detailed answer. I started reading about real estate last year. I've read your response a couple of times now and I think I understand most of it. Please let me know if I got something wrong. The properties don't belong to you but their control does. If the owner does not pay what they owe, then you can foreclose on them and then you will own the property. This is why you only take the first position. You don't want anyone else to have a stronger position. Your profit comes in purchasing the trust deed at a price that is lower than its face value and collect what is due. I assume the person who sells the deed is either distressed in some way or wanting to minimize their risks. How did I do? You done good. I'm in the same position as a bank. The owner owns the naked title. You right. If they don't pay, I foreclose and take over the property. And yes, I only buy first trust deeds because I don't want to make payments on a senior loan while that loan forecloses. I'm very quick, some lenders are very slow. If they foreclose on a senior loan without me intervening, I lose my whole nut. I get wiped out, or I cash out that senior TD. As far as the reason for those who sell their TDs, sometimes they are distressed. But the relending market does not cover all classes and types of properties and borrowers. And the lending levels, LTVs, loan-to-value ratios, are different for different classes of properties and borrowers. Properties that sell for all cash generally sell at a discount when financing cannot be obtained. So, sellers carry the paper so they can find a buyer and get their price. Over time, they may need their cash for one reason or another. Or sometimes I have bought TDs through escrow as part of the deal between the seller and the buyer, in a concurrent escrow. I don't generally do it that way because the TD isn't seasoned, the buyer hasn't proved over a period of time that they can make the payments. It must be a stud card deal for me to do that. My profits come from two places: the face interest of the note and TD and the difference between what I paid for the note and TD, and the normal amortization schedule. That difference is known as imputed interest. And I've had situations where the buyer purchases the property on private TD and then refinances it through a bank, which pays me off quickly. Banks buy and sell TDs all the time. I used to do a lot of consulting for banks concerning balancing their loan portfolios, having the right mix of properties and seasoning and evaluating loans that they wanted to buy or sell. They paid me a lot of money for my expertise. Now I use that knowledge for myself on a much smaller scale. Now I'm just a silly little girl out buying my little TDs for the fun of making the deals, or, that's how I tell it. This might be a solution to your license issue. It is something I am looking at using myself. What happens when the owner doesn't pay their taxes? Can't you lose the property even though you own the first TD? I step in and pay the taxes, send them a bill, and foreclose if they don't pay up. In my area, it takes 5 years of unpaid taxes for the taxing agency to take the property. I check each year if they have paid their taxes. I am also named on their hazard insurance. It's all covered in the TD. I usually start by sending the borrower a letter or I make a phone call. Normally, the borrower is cooperative since they too don't want to lose the property to taxes or a hazard. FYI, we've been having civil unrest. I lost a lot of money when we had riots in Los Angeles years ago. Did you know that almost all fire insurance doesn't cover losses due to civil unrest? Spot on. That is my current plan to acquire more farmland. Many of the younger generation move away and don't have any interest in farming. So the land that the farmer owns will be rented out. Hopefully to me. I am very pleased to read this. I have always avoided debt in my business ventures. Originally I had to live very frugally, but the big profits started to roll in quickly and I was able to put a lot of that aside to fund growth. The book of Proverbs, one of the Bible's wisdom books, says, "Sometimes one must go borrow some working capital. But the path out of that debt can bury you and your business quickly." Living frugally becomes a lifelong habit that will serve you well even when you do have that pile of money under your mattress. Love the thread, fellas. I'm reading from the start and taking a pause at page 45 to reply. I still hold a day job because it's fun to me and I schedule my own meetings with my clients, many of whom are in the industries listed here. So I do risk management consulting for a workers' comp insurance company. People often think of blue-collar trades like plumbing, drywall, vac, concrete work, etc. and don't associate millions. I see these companies' payrolls and they are making good money. Hell, seasoned crane operators are making $60 plus an hour. I live in the state of CA where the laws are very on the employee side, which means anyone can allege anything. If you guys are scaling your company, please invest in pre-hiring processes like pre-physical, pre-drug, background, references, etc. You want to make sure you hire high-quality employees that won't screw you. I cringe when I have my small-time contractors expanding from 15 employees to 90 employees quickly because they won a bid for a big project. This situation is not uncommon. Employee A has a cousin who got with an attorney to falsify a workers' comp claim against his employer. They settled for $10,000, and the cousin got several thousands. The attorney is now telling the cousin to spread the word, so he tells employee A and employee A is telling his co-workers. Now there are 4 litigated claims at your company. As a result, your insurance rate jumps 2x and you have to lay off some employees to make ends meet. I've seen this story done many times. Always happy to help my friends here. If anyone has a company and want tips or help developing safety programs, injury and illness prevention plan, fall protection, lockout tagout, etc., just message me. I still do this because I want to make sure the employees go home with 10 fingers and 10 toes. One of my painting client does this. The guy moved to the US in the 80s and just started painting. He lived in his car for a while, eventually worked his way up to buying a van and doing it on his own on weekends and grew the company. His payroll is about $5 million now. Their USP is they paint exterior of large homes, but also do fence repairs and repainting. Other competitors won't do this, and it's a pain for the hoe to have multiple companies do the repair then repaint. He said this was how he thrived in 2008 to early 2010 years. So could any of these unsexy type businesses be run during off hours 5 p.m. midnight? I feel like most require in-person work, which unless it's an emergency is done during normal working business hours. Just curious. There's a lot of unsexy type of business that must be run at night. I open my self-service laundromat on my way to my office each morning. Then, during the summers, we close and clean it at 10 p.m. During the winter, it's 8 p.m. Our joke is that it's my minimum wage job that only takes me 45 minutes worth of work to earn a day's pay. It is a 365-day-a-year business though, even on Christmas, even on my birthday. I think of it as a daily chore, like brushing my teeth. A lot of cleaning services are done at night. Patrol services are done 24/7, but heavier at night. I do my bookkeeping for my trust deed business at night in my easy chair. You can do a lot of interior rehab jobs on properties at night. Thinking about computer work like coding? Choose something that you can do in your spare hours. Absolutely. In a non-pandemic situation, go to your local Apple store at night, and there's a good chance you'll see a cleaning crew. A lot of cleaning and maintenance is done off hours to reduce the interference of business operation. A client of mine paid us almost $1 million a year in workers' comp insurance. By the look of his office, you wouldn't even think it's in operation. The office is big enough to house a couple of office workers. The rest of the operations are out in the field. He has contracts with airports and various shopping centers to clean and service them at night. Employees drive from their homes to the designated spots. Cleaning supplies are already housed there, so employees would just retrieve and use to clean. Once done, they would go home. We eventually got off the account because even though we were getting paid $1 million a year, we were spending more than that on their losses. This is a headache that I've been trying to solve for years in the state of CA. Because the client needs bodies to clean during graveyard hours and the pay is almost minimum wage, they basically hire anyone with a pulse. The vetting process is out the window. The turnover rate is high because of this. As a result, a lot of litigation happens on the way out when they leave the company. For anyone not familiar with workers' compensation, it's different state by state. But in CA, your employees can allege anything since the employer is to provide a safe workplace. Attorneys caught onto the game and run ads to target these types of employees. They'll settle for only $15-20K each. But it adds up since the turnover rate is high. I am really curious to see how the blue-collar industries shape up in the next decade or so. Many of my clients, be it plumbing, vac, hardscape, etc., rarely have anyone under 25 working for them. A lot are older, and at that point they're foremen or superintendents. For tougher trades such as masonry, it's common for a young worker just to never come back after his lunch break on the first day due to how labor-intensive it is. And you can't outsource the need to build new buildings, repair pipes, etc. How is your niche on mushroom cultivation going so far? Here's an idea not to take on, at least at the moment. I met with a client or friend today. He owns a die-casting company. It doesn't get much more blue-collar than this. They buy metals, primary aluminium and zinc in bar shape. Those bars are heated to 2000+ Fahrenheit and pour into desired shapes. So think of Iron Man 1 when Tony was making the suit in the cave, lol. They got hit hard with C0VLD, said it was the death blow. The owner had to call all the contacts they've made in the last decades for jobs. And even that they have enough job for the next 4 weeks, whereas when times were good, they offered employees unlimited overtime. The owner said business has been slowing down for the last 10-ish years due to China entering the market. They make parts for various industries, ranging from speaker or subwoofer skeleton to smaller pieces for valve mechanism used in water filtration pumps. The guy is in his mid-80s. He said it's bittersweet, but just going to call it retirement. I guess the good thing is that his location became a prime location during the last 15 to 20 years, so he should be able to get a nice return on that. Not much of help, but I guess I'm posting to sort of vent for the owner. As we explore potential ideas to look into, we should look at ones that can't be outsourced. In this case, the customers don't care where the parts are coming from. They just want the parts made to their specs. Hydroponic farming sounds like the perfect business with a medium to high entry barrier. Thanks for the idea. We're in a similar boat. As you can imagine, overseas cheap competition is not exactly welcomed here. The workers in China probably make pennies compared to the $35 or hour pay welders get, plus unlimited overtime, plus offshore, plus insurance, plus paid vacation. You get the idea. Trump is extremely popular in my area and with all of the workers. For the sake of argument, I'm going to disagree. There's nothing wrong with this niche, but there is a problem with how the old owner is doing it, which sounds like the same way he's always done it. For instance, Imagine if he had invested in some 3D printers. Now clients can send him CAD files that he can use to make molds and then pour the castings in a few days. His prime service now becomes test castings, one-offs, test runs, etc. He can charge more because he can make changes quickly and get product back fast. Depending on the size and complexity, this could be a couple-day turnaround. It always grieves me when I see or hear of a business folding because, for whatever reason, they didn't get a fresh perspective on their business as the world changed around them. It's important that we recognize that consumers were the driving force leading to most production moving overseas. Here in the US, consumers demanded lower prices but workers demanded higher wages. We also wanted safe places to work, clean water to drink and air to breathe. The result was production moving offshore where the labor is cheap, safety an afterthought, and don't get me started on the air and water quality in some parts of the world. Overly simplistic and US-centric argument, I know, but the point I'm trying to make is that we can't have it both ways. Add to that the complex nature of most manufacturing supply chains now, and it's a very complicated dilemma. No easy answers here, and nobody likes recognizing that they are part of the challenge. Here on the forum we have the opportunity to be part of the solution. That is so true. When running my chemical business, I was troubleshooting manufacturing industries, and I saw every variation from factories that were not much better than steam age through to ones that were grossly over-engineered and over-managed. The interesting aspect was that in one industry that I supplied extensively with aids to manufacture, one of the most primitive factories vastly outproduced one of the state-of-the-art factories, mainly due to some young genius establishing stifling rigid demarcation rules on the assumption that individuals handling only one specialized operation would be more efficient than a team who all knew every operation. I am very glad to read this. People want to blame China, but Chinese manufacturers didn't storm Western countries. Consumers have a tendency to place price above other considerations. Some years back it ranked fourth in order of reasons behind buying decisions. Now it is there at the forefront because more and more people are influenced by emotional factors that cause price to enter into every buying decision as number one. Retailers recognized this and began the downward price trend using those emotional triggers, and it bit them on the bum. The spiral set in, and the only solution the big retailers saw was to buy from a cheap labor source, China. The rest is history. I am writing about this societal change in my upcoming revision of my book on labeling as part of marketing psychology. I have to finish my importing book revision first, so don't hold your breath for the new edition of Labels That Exploit. Walter, I want to make sure I understand you properly. Which company was using the specialized operation model, and were they the outperforming company? Was specialized operation superior to multitask-capable team? Please clarify. I've personally gone through this recently, and it is a huge problem and opportunity. This. For any reading this thread and Kak's comment, I second his opinion. There's plenty of opportunity selling to the government. Is it any harder than selling to the public? Depends on what you call hard. I recently assisted a client making a specific product for a large defense firm. His product had to get approved by the government inspectors who were measuring nail spacing and board lengths to tolerances thinner the saw blade. But now he is the only approved vendor. How would you like to be the only one selling a product with annual revenues around $2 million and reasonable margins? Sorry, can't provide too much detail. Selling to the government and the big D companies isn't for everyone, but it can be lucrative. The multitask-capable Team A outperformed the specialized operation model Team B by a long way. This was despite Team A's manufacturing equipment being old. As a team they worked like a well-oiled machine. In both factories workers in a different part to the factory made components, and the final process involved assembling and putting everything through a complex pressing and curing process. The processes were almost identical in both places. The difference was in the speed with which Team A were able to handle it all, because unlike the workers in Team B, they didn't have to wait for a specialist to complete task before they could do the next one. I should add that I could see no difference in product quality. Walter. Thank you for the clarification, Walter. There's some valuable information here for more than just production, parking lot or sports field striping. Good idea, but in my opinion, this would be a painting business, and you would just add this to the myriad list of services you can provide. I totally understand what you mean and I agree with you, but you can always shift your thinking from average to fast lane. Pick one of the unsexy business like plumber for example and create a system that not depend from your time by starting a plumber company with the same business model of a real estate broker. It's just an idea that pop up right now when I'm tapping, but surely you can find some really good system using brainstorming and research. The way I had it explained to me was that the angle for growth was concrete and construction. First you're filling holes in the lots you stripe, then bidding for sidewalk construction. Definitely unsexy, but you can start for a few $100s. Does anyone know the guy who built a septic tank cleaning business, which he documented on YouTube? Been searching and could not find him. He started as a side hustle, cleaning septic tanks during lunch break, and developed it to the point that he quit his job. Seems very appealing business due to, 1. I don't see anytime soon people stop shitting, so very valuable business for society. 2. Is done only once in couple of years, therefore customer could be price insensitive. 3. In developing and underdeveloped countries, with more environmental regulations, settlements will be required to own septic system, instead of dumping excrement into the river. Whole city of mine with 1 meter plus people dumps its shit into the river and people still fish there. I don't know the one you refer to, but I once hired a guy who called his business Mr. Whiffy. He was always busy, and I think that with that business name he could have sold franchises in other parts of the state. He was so casual about it that he ate his lunch while pumping out the tank. Walter. Were you able to find the videos? Did he rent the equipment every time he had a job? Or did he outright purchase it before he even began? My guy, who does ours, we have 22 septic systems, has the best equipment that he owns. The pumper trucks have very high efficiency pumps that work very quickly. And his biggest problem is having a place to dump what he pumps. He has a tanker pup that he pumps the poop into for hauling to dump it. He has deals with different cities that have processing plants. It's considered a biohazard and must be carefully handled. This year, before winter, we had him come and pump 12 systems over 2 days. Some of our systems have 4 households on each, so they are big systems. This fall, we'll have the rest of them pumped. We do it as a preventative maintenance measure. It's much easier and cheaper to do the pumping as a group rather than one at a time when they get overfilled, especially in the winters when we have a few feet of snow. My guy does several at once on a discounted group rate. He brings a couple of trucks and his pup and does one right after another. It's a high-profit business that most people would hate to do. And the threshold is high. You must have the right equipment, a dumping point, and your CDL commercial driver's license for starters. Some areas also require special licenses since you would be handling bio-waste. Before you jump in with both feet, go work for one of these guys. You might be able to do a joint venture where you use their equipment and business setup while you go out to find your own business base. Found in a quick search. Says he is open to a lease. Might be a good way to learn as you go. No, but I remember he had a pump and cleaning tank on his old pickup. Later purchased a better pickup and operated that way, instead of purchasing an actual truck. This business happens to be more profitable in developing countries, as people produce 1.52x more excrements compared to developed countries, with lowest being Germany minus 120 grams per day per person, while Zimbabwe and China produce approximately 300 grams. Countries, that is diet mostly based on grains and fiber, tend to create more excrements compared to protein-based diet. Also, countries with more heat need more frequent cleaning due to instability of various bacteria growing inside fecal sludge. I don't know exactly how, but somehow it's also possible to charge nothing for cleaning septic tanks and profit by producing fertilizer from sludge. This is one that I have just started. However, it is a fairly saturated market, so I've had to make some big changes what usually constitutes as selling candles to be able to make it at that top level. Can't wait to do so. Seems like you know quite a bit about it in our township. It is required to pump every 3 years, and you must submit proof that it's been done. Your pumping company will usually do that for you. The township has a list of 2 favorite pumpers that they have, so if you can get on a township's list like that, then you're set for life. Township will send you reminders if you are running late, and I think they list 2 companies that could do it if you are a new homeowner or too lazy to Google it, with their phone numbers and all their info right there. How do they differentiate except pricing? It seems like as terrible competition as airlines have. Sounds like it's something that would be impossible to get into as a side hustle. I already struggle enough dealing with my 50+ hour a week job to find time to do anything else. I don't remember prices being on the township's paper. Just the company name and phone number. I also cannot remember shopping for price. I just called the one that we used the last time and they came out and gave me a bill. Simple, no need to differentiate as long as times are prosperous. People just need their crap pulled, plain and simple. But if times became hard, I could see that could become a problem. We live in a county that has its own economy literally. It does not follow the US or world's view of economy. The world can be having hard times and we're still booming. The US can boom and we boom with it, but the downsides are not so big. We export a lot of labor. People own their own small businesses, but do work for people a few hours drive away, building a house or barn or etc. And then move on to the next job. 50+ hours sounds like a vacation. I used to do 74 hours for 3+ years until I decided to scale back and focus on my own life. Now do 55 hours normally, but I'm part owner, so it makes a difference. Airlines have it easy when it comes to selling tickets. They don't have it easy when it comes to making a profit. An airport has at most X number of bays and can therefore only have Y number of airlines. Think of the amount of runway space etc. It is limited. Planes fill up and tickets run out for each airline. So if you are an airline company, once you have a spot at the airport, you are going to get customers. Now, the big wild card is if they are profitable, because airlines are notoriously expensive cash-burning businesses. Jet fuel is not cheap and neither are the safety requirements and maintenance of planes. But the competition really isn't the biggest factor in such a low supply, high-demand business with massive barriers to entry. Here in the Philippines, one of the business ideas here is operating a fleet of jeepneys, where it is one of the ways to commute in cities and rural towns as well as delivering cargo. Also, it can be used as a rental service, given that some groups rented this vehicle for their occasions like vacations, wedding events, long-distance travel etc., and it can be used to transport goods from point A to point B at affordable cost. The cost of these vehicles here range from $9,962.64, about $500,000, to $47,820.67, about $2,400,000. One of the franchise owners here in Legazpi built a large home because of this business idea while operating within the city area. This is the image for those who don't know about the jeepney. Last 2018, the government mandated operators to modernize their jeepneys, where the specifications should be the following. I hope that it makes sense. Aside from it, any car that had more than 5 seats including driver can be franchised like these below. Edit 1, added more features. Edit 2, fixed grammar. Edit 3, added another image. Edit 4, added the price range in USD and PHP. Edit 5, added more cars. There's a guy on TikTok called the Poo Guy or something like that. His videos have thousands of views and it's just him cleaning out shitty pipes. Probably making money, but do you really want to go around cleaning shit all day? This is a very poor, slow lane attitude for multiple reasons. 1. You should be willing to do whatever it takes to succeed without lying or cheating. 2. You need to think bigger. Nobody must do all the work themselves forever. I don't agree. I think you must have some enjoyment or meaning from your work other than making money. You should be willing to do whatever it takes to succeed. Tell me one person in the world who absolutely hated what they done and became successful. Pretty much all of them. It's not that they hated it, but the things that cause you to be successful are usually not glamorous, fun, exciting, or pretty. Yeah, it's always fun to cash a big check. I wouldn't hate that no matter what industry I am in. Elon Musk said business is like eating glass and staring into the abyss. LOL. I don't think this business has sewage involved is the best attitude. I mean, you don't have to pick that business, but really, that's a very slow lane, small-minded view of business and of life. If you want to wake up every day hating your work just to get big checks, then that's your choice. Soon you'll be the rich miserable guy. That's just not how anything works. You will have to do things you dislike. Even Tom Brady or Brad Pitt had to do things they did not enjoy in order to get where they are. This is a ridiculous conversation. Lol. And your arrogance or snobbiness is really something that's going to hold you back. I think this conversation flew over your head, so we'll leave it at that. Me. My grandfather too, but I'm pretty sure he started to like it once he hit some of the commandments. Like in the movie, I'm My Communities, George Bailey. I did not want to be here. I did not want to build this business. I pined for my old life in Los Angeles for years. I did it so I could care for my mother after she had multiple strokes. And then after I moved here, giving up everything to care for her, she died. So, I pulled up my socks and put my shoulder into it. I've built a producticity which is very successful. I'm one busy girl running everything. I'm trying to transition to more passive income and less hands-on stuff. Some more business ideas which I noticed. 1. Setting up IKEA kitchens. It is pretty involved manual work. The cabinets are easy. Installing the appliances is the hard part. Can be done on weekends on the side. 2. Buying special steaming or cleaning equipment and cleaning sofas, mattresses. Renters usually need to do these when they move out in order to get deposits back. I checked, and at least in my location it is pretty good money with very low startup cost. 3. Selling custom countertops. You basically just buy the wooden kitchen countertops wholesale, store them and cut them up according to clients' specifications. Can make good money, but startup costs plus storage requirements are a higher barrier to entry. The last guy who pumped my tank and owned the company with several trucks had a good reply to my question of how do you like smelling shit all day? He said he got used to it and didn't even notice the smell anymore, but when he did it smelled like money. Have you thought about doing the assemble on IKEA stuff in general? Why don't you put together a space to do the assembly and then deliver the item to the people? They could purchase the item. You could pick it up, assemble it and deliver it to them. You'd be out your gas and time. Oh, and you'd need some tools, a pickup truck, some furniture pads, and a dolly. Are you aware that there are upgrade kits for IKEA furniture available online? Upgrading is a service you could offer. Also, I'd do either Square or PayPal to take credit cards. You'll get more money out of it. Jeepneys are wild, haha, definitely an experience. People just hop in and out whenever. Yes, and aside from it, pre-pandemic, people can sit above the roof of that vehicle. It is common in rural areas where public transit is limited and the driver knows the risk. Another one that is common to the furry fandom: fursuit making. For those who don't know about the fursuit, it is a custom suit where people with furs as furries commission makers for more than $1,000. This is where the fursona of a person becomes reality. Recently, one of it is valued at $50,000 in one bid. It can be slow lane or fast lane depending on number of commissioners and the level of execution of this idea. But the problem with it is that anyone can make their own fursuits because of tutorials, as well as it is a small to medium niche. Edit, changed the image. People are effkin weird, man. And they are loving it, as some of them think that they found their true self within the furry fandom. Edit, changed the entire sentence.